I'll say that, is there a potential for a little bit of a letdown for the Crimson Tide here? I mean, that's not an easy game they just had against St. John's. I mean, it was an impressive performance, but going St. John's to Purdue, this is a very tough early scheduling spot. We've seen the market move in Alabama's direction. I think the key is going to be whether or not Purdue can slow the pace down, right? It's very hard to do on the road, again, especially against a team like Alabama. But at 175.5, is this total getting a little bit too high? I think it might be.
Rob, before I bring you in to break this one down, I want to point out, I do think we see the season debut of Trey Kaufman-Renn here for Purdue. He had a great game against Alabama last year in a game that Purdue kind of dominated them, if I remember correctly. Ended up winning by like 10 or so. That was so the one of the biggest early season tilts last year, Rob, was at Bama at Purdue. Purdue kind of dominated that game. I think Trey Kaufman-Renn went for like 25. So that's obviously a big deal. And as far as I'm hearing, it looks like he's going to play tonight. Does that entice you to punch back at the market at all, though, is the question?
Well, it's huge. It's definitely huge. And then the question you ask yourself is, my answer to this would probably be the former rather than the latter. But the question would be, does he come in and fit right in, or does it take him a game or two to fit right back in? Trey Kaufman-Renn's a guy who's been there, done that, played this team. As you mentioned, Adam, 26 points last year against them when they played in Mackey. So I would think he does fit right in with them, and they need him. Let's face it, without him, I don't think they're beating Alabama. But with him, it's a different story maybe. Brian, I'm sure you and Nate Oates could have a little discussion on whether or not Alabama is underrated. Direct quotes from Nate Oates, which would tell you that he's ready for this game. Nate Oates says, people are not holding his club in the correct level of esteem. Felt like when they opened the season ranked 15th, slap in the face, went and beat St. John's, still thinks they're underrated. On the other side of that coin is Purdue, who feels like against Oakland, they didn't exert themselves defensively. Again, you get into, here's Fletcher Lawyer real quick, and then I'll get into a little diatribe here. But Fletcher Lawyer, the end of the quote, it starts with the defensive end. We have to be better on defense. Credit to Oakland. They played a great game, blah, 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 blah. And it leads me back to what I said yesterday about Shaka Smart and his comments on we have to be better defensively. Everybody says this. Does it always apply? Last night, of course, my bankroll will show you that it did apply because I went against the quote, and UALR scored 49 points in that game. But I think the biggest point here, guys, is for me, number one, the change of venue. Listen, the backcourts are what they are. It's a stalemate. Both. It really boils down to the front court, and as you mentioned, Brian, pace of game. Last year, it was slowed down a little bit, and they totaled 165. Is 165 a slow game? 87, 78? Probably not. So can they get 10 more here in Tuscaloosa? Probably so. They're going to force you. You don't beat Alabama by not scoring what Purdue scored last year, 85 plus. You're just not going to win a game unless you get to 85 against them. They're going to put up enough shots. They're going to score enough points, et cetera, et cetera. I do think it boils down somewhat to the front court, and I think it boils down to three-point shooting. Alabama's just got more weapons than Purdue does from the three-point line. Fletcher Lawyer's off to a great start, and Alabama's the only team. Well, if Trey Kaufman-Renn plays, I guess they won't have a freshman on the floor to start the game, right? Kaufman-Renn would probably take that spot. So I think in summary here that the move toward Alabama, I feel it's probably correct. And I'm going to side with Brian on something that you said where Purdue's defensive numbers might look great so far, but I don't know how great they are, to tell you the truth. And this is going to be a test like they haven't faced all season long. Of course, they saw them last year. They saw Mark Sears on this team last year, a little bit different, right? Mm-hmm. But Alabama is Alabama, and I trust in Nate Oates' should I call it anger for where they're placed right now or how they're looked at nationally. So I think Alabama probably wins. And, 71.5 is a lot better than 174.5 or 175 if you're playing over. I think probably I'd look toward Bama. And if Kaufman-Renn plays, maybe that's the reason for the total movement up, guys, because he does provide offensive point production. I'll still have to look at that, but I think I'm going to side with Alabama here, minus 3.5.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add here, so I'll just say a couple things in closing. One, Kaufman-Renn had a real, again, I said it already, but he had a really good offensive game against this team last year, so definitely think that there might be some correlation to him likely playing and the over moving up. Not surprised at all. It looks like there's some buyback on Purdue. 3.5 continues to get hit, but that doesn't surprise me at all. That's just like probably board cleaners taking like key numbers right there. I don't think you can really take anything from that. This is a huge game. There's going to be conviction on both sides of this matchup. So again, it's really more like, trying to get the best number with the side that you like. For me, coming off the St. John's game is not the best spot for Alabama, but you've got Purdue having to go to Tuscaloosa. We saw Bama go into West Lafayette last year and lose an early season game. So it's like a likely pass for me. Alabama still has really, really good guards that can score. So I don't really know if I want to step in front of them. So I will step to the side, if you will, avoid this one and go to a different game. But go ahead, both of you.
I was gonna tell Rob, I've actually had a conversation with Nate Oates before.
Nice.
He didn't want to have it. This was at the MAC semifinals 10-ish years ago.
When he was rocket launcher.
When he was still from Buffalo. Yeah, and I yelled out, Coach Oates, don't worry about number 45 on Saturday for Kent State. And this lady next to me started laughing very hard. I was like, oh, I still got it, huh? Of course, Buffalo went to the NCAA tournament that year. The next weekend, I saw that same lady on television. It was Nate Oates' wife. She really had, she was laughing up for the 2 hours. My comedy routine worked on Mrs. Oates, I'll say that. But Nate had a little smirk on his face, too, when I told him not to worry about number 45 on Kent State. But, so Nate and I have chatted. It was a one-way conversation, but a conversation nonetheless.
The nature of Brian Power conversations, one-way conversations.
Yes.
Real quick, Adam, I'm going to point out further thought on that game and how to go about it. And we just saw the number move again, at least the one I'm looking at, which is the first half number. I feel like if you want to play Alabama in this game, you probably want to play first half. Minus 1.5 first half. I'd expect Alabama to come out at home in this environment, to come out pretty quick here. Not that Purdue's not veteran enough with their guards to withstand this venue, but I think they could get to them early, and then Purdue makes adjustments in second half rallies. Alabama's very good at giving up leads and very good at giving up points. So for me, for those who are interested in this game, I think my way to go would be here would be Alabama minus 1.5, which just we saw the twos cleared out just now down to 1.5.
Yeah. Because it's early in the year, because it's early, do we, they just beat St. John's, obviously. Is that less of a factor to you guys that you're coming off one big game and have another, rather than if this, if it was the second of back-to-back big games and in obviously it would be conference games once we get to January and February. But does the fact they're coming off such an impressive performance against St. John's at a, what was basically a road game, does that bother you guys on the Alabama side?
Not really, because they're coming home. Go ahead, Rob.
I'll just make a quick point about that, Brian. Glad you brought it up, because I consider Rick Pitino's St. John's team a very good defensive team. Mm-hmm. Their style, the way they get after it, and that's the kind of team that Alabama that likes to run. St. John's likes to run back, and St. John's likes to get up on you man-to-man. And they scored 103 on that team. Pitino's quotes after that game were very, very they were directed at his defense. Let's put it that way. Yeah. He didn't like what he saw. But is that more a product of this Alabama offense? Phylon looked great in that game. He's looked great in the first two. And he had a big game here last year against this team in Mackey. So I think that it depends how you judge that 103 performance against St. John's. I would say that Alabama just shredded a really, really good defense for 103, and now they're going to come home, and they did it on the road.
All right, let's okay. Someone I gotta call this out. Someone said, "Oh, the show went over yesterday." I don't Mississippi Valley State covered, Binghamton covered. I think I gave out a 3%er on Cal Poly that covered. We certainly didn't go over. We certainly did not hit the parlay, but guess what? We are even without a parlay win on the week, we're still plus like 12.33 units. I have it written down here, and the point is, like, you know, just this show is like we're just giving out thoughts. It's really on you to make the decision. If you want our picks, though, exactly what we're going to play, very, very simple to get them. You head over to wagertalk.com, and we've got great specials up. Tell them about the specials, Brian Power.
Well, there's multiple ways to get on board. How about the full court pass, 3 days for $49 that you can do this for any of the three of us, Rob, Adam, or myself. Your favorite handicapper, you get 3 days of basketball picks for $49. It's very similar to the Weekend Warrior Pass in football. It covers not just college, but NBA as well. So check that out. And if you want to lock in with any of us for a longer stretch, a little bit longer, and get every sport, football, basketball, whatever else, 10 days for $99 right now. I think that's the best deal we've got going right now at the site. 10 days for $99, all sports. Again, that's on all three of our pages as I speak.
Absolutely. Let's so we got a whole bunch of people asking about this, which I fully expected to be the case. Andrew Meek, I didn't mean to throw a paragraph over your face right there, Brian, as you were delivering that fantastic promo, but I did on accident. Andrew Meek says, "Hey guys, can you give me some info on the early game?" And I did a little research as to why we had one standalone game on a neutral site. It didn't feel like it was like part of anything, because I'm like, oh, well, what other games are in St. Petersburg, Florida today? And I found that the Showdown in St. Pete is a 3-day event where they're playing one standalone game at 11 a.m. each day. I love when these MTEs get creative like that. So shout out to whoever put this together and said, you know what? You know, we don't have the biggest names here, but instead of playing this at 7 o'clock and no one's going to watch, we're going to put this on YouTube. So it's probably like a similar to the Field of 68 stream. And we're going to give you 3 standalone 11 a.m. starts over the next 3 days. So the first one, Rob, Central Michigan, Southern Alabama, very interesting stylistic matchup here. So I'll let you kick it off, and then, you know, we'll go around the horn and see if we have any thoughts. 11 a.m. tip in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Yeah, let's go ahead. What I'm going to focus in on here, Adam, we've talked about many of them so far, the first 7-8 days of the show. But there's a couple that we haven't hit on, and hopefully we'll get to hit on the second one that I want to focus on here today. But it's the coaching change, and it pertains to Central Michigan. They go to the Division II route, and they pick up Ferris State head coach Andy Bronkema. Hopefully I'm saying it right, Coach. If I'm wrong, I didn't have time to go to YouTube and get the correct pronunciation of your name, but hopefully I'm right. Anyway, bottom line is he brought some Ferris State players with him. They were not good at ball protection last year, if you go back and look at Ferris State numbers. And South Alabama, one of their best assets, is taking the ball away from you. So I think you have a head coach here. We've talked a lot about cohesion. We've talked a lot about putting new rosters together. Do they come out of the gate quickly? Do they come out of the gate evaluation-wise, experimentation-wise, trying to find rotations, et cetera? I place Central Michigan in that category, trying to figure it out. South Alabama, I think, it's a neutral, of course. You don't get a home floor here, but neutral probably favors South Alabama due to location. Not that South Alabama is going to travel in caravans to the game. Don't misquote me there. But I will say that I think that particular matchup, guys, when you can pick teams up at half court, 3/4 court, or you can harass them enough to force turnovers, I like that side. I agree with the line movement here. Has it gotten out of control? 4 to 6. You see some 6.5s now. Shop it as well as you can. But for me, I would probably like the South Alabama side. I think Central Michigan has some work to do here yet. There's still a process to putting this roster together in a way where they're, as competitive as they want to be.
Brian Power, I got to point something out, and then I'll kick this to you. We just went and saw Toledo play over the weekend, and Toledo opened the season with South Alabama. And the way Toledo plays offensively is very similar to the way Central Michigan plays offensively. They have a lot of the same sort of principles. Go back to that opening night game. Toledo really struggled with that South Alabama zone to start off that game. And that score, correct me if I'm wrong, was a little deceiving because it was like Toledo just went bombs away late to come back from, I think, was it like double digits down? So that would be my concern. And it has me agreeing with Rob here that the favorite is probably the right side. It got bet quickly. And at 6, I don't know if I can do it myself, but I certainly wouldn't put you off of a South Alabama bet in this spot.
Yeah, I feel this has been such a theme in the early going, guys. I hate to keep belaboring these same points, but you break down a game, you like a side, you go to the odds screen and say, my God, I'm not alone in liking this side. And that's what's happened here. Just to kind of piggyback up what you just said, Trig, what South Alabama does defensively with they want you to take a lot of threes. And so this game, I mean, I don't want to say it's a one-factor handicap because there's no such thing really, but it's going to boil down to whether or not you think Central Michigan is going to be able to be effective from downtown in an unfamiliar environment. St. Petersburg, 11 a.m. Eastern on a Thursday. Doesn't sound like the biggest recipe to have a hot afternoon shooting from 3. So, yeah, I agree with the market here. And you were correct, Adam, about that South Alabama-Toledo game. That was a game where South Alabama led by 13 at the half. They wound up winning by 2 because, Toledo made it a little bit interesting late with some threes. So, I think Central Michigan, unless if they get unexpectedly hot from 3, they probably go down. Central Michigan, I will say I love you. You were very kind to me on the football field last night. Nice to always have a no-sweat winner like that against Buffalo as they took care of business. But I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for the basketball team this morning here in about 40 minutes. I would lean the South Alabama side for sure.
All right, Garth, thank you so much for the donation to the channel. We greatly appreciate it. We also appreciate all of any interaction you'll give us. Likes, subscribes, comments are huge. If you can stop by the replay, drop us a comment. Good, bad, and different. We love to hear the feedback. I've been told to talk less. As the host, It's tough, but I will try. I'm doing my best, but I do have a couple things to say about Garth's play. So he says he's leaning to Cornell. Wow, it's a mouthful. He's leaning Cornell to cover the 4.5. And I would lean to you being correct, Garth. I think Lafayette is going to be bad this year, like very bad. They would be the worst team in the Patriot League this year if it wasn't for Army, who I think is maybe one of the worst teams in the country. Justin Vanderban on this team last year, a 7-footer. Like, you just don't get that in the Patriot League very often. I feel like he was sort of a Band-Aid. Like, that Lafayette wasn't very good last year either. You go back a couple of years, it was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when they kind of made their surprise run to the Patriot League final. And I think their coach got fired for harassing someone in the front office. It's a story for another day. But this team, I feel like the last couple of years has really relied on Vanderban to like make them even like a little bit okay. Now he's graduated, he's gone. You take a 7-footer that was productive off of a Patriot League team, and you don't replace him with like anyone of note, that team tends to fall very, very quickly in the power rankings. Now, Cornell is not in my opinion, they're not going to be quite the Brian Earl Cornell. He's now at William and Mary. I feel like they're just not quite as polished as they were when he was the head coach, but his assistant, longtime assistant, is still the coach. Like, this is still a pretty good Cornell team. I'll reference that Cornell-Kent State game where they got the exact pace they wanted, playing in the hundreds. I think that's going to be a real problem for Lafayette. And I actually think forget what I made this number, but this one was on my radar. I haven't bet it yet, but I think I had Cornell maybe like an 8-point favorite or 7-point favorite, something like, I made them 8.5. So if you can still get a 4.5 out there, I think that's a decent bet. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. 3-point shooting. We talked about it each of the previous two breakdowns. Let's bring it up again. It's always such an important part of college basketball handicapping in the year 2025. Cornell, per KenPom, they're jacking it up. They have the third highest percentage this year of threes relative to total field goal attempts. So they're taking when you look at their total number of field goal attempts, the Big Red, almost 58% of their field goal attempts, Rob, are coming from behind the arc. That is a high number. Again, third highest percentage in the country. So they're living and dying by the three. It is a road game, Trig. I don't know. That always does scare me, when you're relying that heavily on the three and you're going on the road. Your boy's
been there.
Okay.
I've been there a couple times. Okay. These Patriot League schools tend to get like big atmospheres for like the conference tournament type games. I don't think you're going to have a huge atmosphere in this one. And actually, last time I was there, I was sitting courtside for a conference tournament game. And this guy kept whipping me with his towel. The guy sitting next to me was like so fired up. He had a Lafayette jersey. He was like probably in his like late 20s, and they were playing Lehigh, who's their rival. And for some reason, he felt like it was cool to just like be snapping the towel. He kept hitting me. I had to move. It was crazy. And I think Lehigh ended up running them out of their own gym in that. So the towel got put away pretty quickly because Lehigh ran them out. But I don't think you're going to have that kind of towel guy might be there, but I don't know if anyone else is going to be there. So
your favorite whipping story, Rob. Tell us the time you've been whipped.
Yeah, you know what?
Okay,
I gotta plead the fifth on that.
Okay,
one.
All right.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's a rivalry. Lafayette Lehigh is a pretty big rivalry. I don't think they're going to get the same juice for Cornell. And I got to be honest, this one, I'm thinking about throwing this on the card. 4.5 seems good. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna take that, and I'm also gonna make that the parlay leg. I'm about 4 points off what the market is, and 4.5 seems good. It may be 5. Who knows? We may move it, but I'm gonna add this as a client play. It was already on my radar, and I just think that there is a sizable difference between these two teams, and I would be really, really surprised if Lafayette has any answer to this like craziness that Cornell is going to throw at them. So I'm gonna lay it here with Cornell. Brian, I'm trying to give this out to clients, so hop it. I'm gonna let you give you the keys here. Hop into the comments and get us a game. Actually, you know what? I'm going to tell you what you guys need to address. Oh. What is going on with the Pitt West Virginia line right now? I'm seeing it's up to like 7. Is Pitt making the trip? Are they even going to show up?
Yeah,
for this
yeah.
game?
Wow. I mean, obviously not a lot of belief there. By the way, guys, stay tuned. That's 2 more legs of our 3-leg parlay still to come. Keep those comments coming in. Of course, we always support. The easiest way to support the show is by smashing that like button and clicking subscribe. But let's talk about Pitt, West Virginia here. Wow, they are betting this one like they already know the score here. West Virginia, obviously taking a ton of money, up from 2.5 to 6.5. What's funny is before we went live, I was noting how much the market liked the under, and I agree with that, Rob. Actually, maybe I know that you are kind of our resident totals expert, so I won't talk too much about it, and I'll leave the side to you because, that's a crazy move on the side. But I know clearly there's some skepticism about this Pitt side. They have scored 74 points in all 3 games this season, but we all know, and we've talked about it before on this show, West Virginia, now coached by Ross Hodge. He comes over from North Texas. He's bringing over those same principles: defense, rebounding, slow pace. So I don't think we're going to continue to see Pitt shoot the ball as well as they have against their first 3 lesser opponents. Also, Brandon Cummings did not play Monday. Is that something? I mean,
he has to be out. He has to.
But that's still a pretty big move, right? I mean, even with his absence, I mean, woo, that's
it's not
that's
LeBron.
quite the move on this side. Yeah, I know. Yeah, although, hey, the Cavs, how about that? Rob, our B squad beating the Heat last night. But this is it's obviously, look, the market loves WVU. They love the under here. And I think those 2 bets are correlated, Rob Vino. If you like
Yeah,
West Virginia, you like the under.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Although Pitt, under Jeff Capel you go check their pace numbers, and they're not playing quick. They've been efficient offensively. They're a way better 3-point shooting team than they are 2. And West Virginia has defended both the 3 and the 2 real well this year. So you got 2 teams that want to go a little bit slow. One team's more efficient offensively than the other, that being Pitt. But the injury concern, I mean, lines don't go 4 points that quickly unless there's injury concern here. So perhaps it's Cummings, and obviously side and total both moving would be the correlation here. The Ross Hodge thing, it's out of the bag. Right. I mean, we knew it right off the bat. Now, I'm on a show, a separate wager talk show on Sunday where guys who handicap football know all about Ross Hodge. So it's out there. It's beyond just college basketball insiders who know what's going on with WVU. And the question becomes, when do the totals become too low on West Virginia, where we can punch back and say, you know what, it was difficult. I have to tell you guys, it was difficult with North Texas, where Ross Hodge came from. You never really know, you'd be staring at a 127.5. Man, do I really want to play over 127.5 with North Texas? It's so difficult to get to. So that's a question for down the road. I would think here, though, without knowing the specifics of the injury, for the time being, this has to be a pass. We've probably told you as much as we can tell you about how, in theory, to handicap this game. 2 slow-paced teams, one team that depends on threes. They're better shooting threes, and the other side defends the 3 really, really well. I don't know that West Virginia's put it all together offensively yet. And listen, it's the backyard brawl in football. That doesn't mean it's not a heated rivalry in basketball, too. This thing is liable to take on a defensive nature to it. So maybe the under is still in play here, guys. I think as we talk it out here, maybe the under is still in play at 133.5.
And Keith pointed out in the chat that it's a double revenge spot. It's a double revenge spot as well for WVU. So that might be something else.
So I want to add one more thing here, because I was just kind of going over my notes, and I had jotted down the Cummings potential injury. And I said likely, and I did this when the line was 4. Okay. And so I figured that was the Cummings, being out. It is now 7. And all I'll say is West Virginia, for how great they have looked defensively to start the year, and how, obviously that's Ross Hodge. We just talked about that. The offense hasn't been great. I mean, they kind of barely beat Campbell. I know they ended up pulling away, ended up winning by 8, only scored 69 against Lehigh. And the other team they played is Mount St. Mary's, who is probably a 9th or 10th place in the MAC type team this year. So my whole thing is even if you take a starter off this Pitt team, I don't know that they're, I don't think Pitt's any good at all. But are they worse than that? Should they really be catching a touchdown in this game? That's I think that move is crazy. Now, am I crazy enough to punch back at +7, knowing I probably don't have Brandon Cummings? I don't know. Maybe the better way to go. I think I'm with you, Rob. I think the under hasn't moved as much as I would have expected it to relative to that side move. So I think that's the way I would lean as well.
Yeah. Cummings, just for those who may be unaware, he's an 18.5 point per game scorer. You referenced that Mount St. Mary's game, Trig. That was, I believe, as a matter of fact, yes, it was. It was my portion of the parlay of the day that day, the under. West Virginia, all 3 of their games have gone under. Those numbers were 136.5, 138.5, and 140. So interestingly enough, the totals were going up each of their games. Now it comes way back down. Lowest total of the year on a West Virginia game with the line move, and it is also the lowest total of the year for any Pitt game as well. All 3 Pitt games so far have had a total north of 141. So market has corrected itself here.
Yeah, and I believe that is Colgate great Nelly Cummings' younger brother, who also, I believe, transferred to Pitt for his final year of eligibility. So some great times out here in Central New York watching those Nelly Cummings Colgate teams, which were very, very good. Actually, Colgate's I think they probably went to the tournament 5-6 years in a row. So neither here nor there. They don't play today. But a team that does play that people seem to be asking about. And I was interested. Brian and I started talking about this one a little bit off air. So let's go hit this game. No Name Sam says, do you all think St. Thomas covers against Green Bay? He likes them first half. Brian, I'll throw it to you because we kind of already sort of started to kick this back and forth. I know you're not a Doug Gottlieb guy, but It's a pretty big move right here from the open.
Yeah, I guess that's just the theme. We're going to say that on every game here early season that, hey, you kind of like this side. And guess what? So does everyone else in America and the betting world. Look, I don't want to really pass up an opportunity to come on the Wagertalk YouTube channel and trash Doug Gottlieb. I used to call him the Trent Dilfer of college basketball. You really can't call him that anymore because Trent Dilfer's not in college football. He's been fired. Green Bay's been horrible defensively under Gottlieb. Now, are they going to be a little bit better this year? It's hard to be worse than they were last year. The issue here in this matchup, St. Thomas, they play fast. They don't turn the ball over. I think St. Thomas team total over might be how to look at this game. That way, you don't have to concern yourself as much with the way the spread has moved. I just, I look at this matchup trick and I just don't see any way. And I see Rob nodding, so perhaps I feel even better now. I don't see any way that St. Thomas doesn't get theirs at home here. I think they put up some points.
Yeah, I was really quick. I'll just endorse that, Brian. St. Thomas, such an efficient offensive team. And sometimes we get a little confused when we play totals over. Oh, well, they don't play fast enough. They don't do this quick enough. There's not enough possessions. Listen, offensive efficiency counts just as much. You can do a lot more with 10 less possessions than some teams. I'm looking at the board here. Florida International, for example, can do with more possessions under Jeremy Ballard. Run around like a bunch of chickens with your head cut off and never put it in a hoop. That's something different. So, St. Thomas, go back to last year when they were racking up 80 plus almost all the time. So, and of course that was in Summit League play for the most part, but still, I think this is a matchup that just favors them because they don't give the ball away. In Green Bay, and I'm not going to say I can't say anything more than what you guys have already said about Gottlieb, so I won't.
There's a lot of you go to this Green Bay. I mean, I know it's only a couple games in, but they were bad defense. You go to their Ken Palm page, Green Bay. There is a lot of red in the defensive column. A lot of like it's pretty rare you see this many red boxes lit up in the defensive column for a team.
So I want to say two things about this game, and then I'm going to go to Rob and probably put him on the spot to see if his parlay leg is ready. Just, good seeing where we're at in the show. So just giving him a friendly heads up for that. But what I'll say I'm going to say two things that are a little bit pro Gottlieb here. So I'm going to go against the grain on this. One, I think his team is better than it was last year, just in general. Two, I think he probably learned a lot from last year. I think it was a wake-up call that he was a little bit over his skis, taking over a college basketball program. And I think he becomes a better coach because of that. I actually am a little bit higher than the market on Green Bay. So I had this number right where it opened at 10.5. At 14, I could only take Green Bay, but I don't really want to do that. Like, that's just, I took Green Bay the other day +7. I got in at a good number against Buffalo. And I was mostly okay with what I saw. They ended up pushing that number. I think Green Bay is going to be a good team to bet on a lot of times this year. I think the market's quite a bit off on them. But St. Thomas is sort of due to smash someone. Like, they haven't had the best start to their season. I know they probably thought they could have won that Washington State game. Army that was shocking. I thought Army would probably lose that game by 25. That was somehow single digits. So again, I think St. Thomas a little overrated right now. Green Bay a little underrated, but not the spot. I think I'm going to mess with that. So I'll just leave that there. And let's get Rob. Have you figured out what you want to use for the parlay, or do you have a game that you want to throw out there for us?
Well, I've got two, so I'll make a split decision and give you one. And just for the benefit of those watching us live, I'll tell you that the two I'm deciding between are both team totals. One being Michigan State today against this San Jose State defense, which has been horrible. And the other, hopefully, Bayou Bets is here with us because I think that's the way I'm going to go here. I'm going to play this LSU team total over 89.5, their third game, 490 plus. Obviously, I just talked about Jeremy Ballard and FIU. Rapid pace. LSU's not going to back down from it. How about, guys, FIU is giving up 50% from the three-point arc, not playing. And LSU, by the way, is top 50 three-point shooting team. So you're going to get pace. Again, I've talked about open floor enough. Usually that creates wide open threes. Guys can't find their man. LSU likely sinks them. Nebraska, which you really wouldn't consider a big-time offensively three-point shooting team, 17 of 34 against FIU. And Nebraska hung 96 on this team. So LSU's already proven against a couple of teams that are, defensively right in this FIU category that they can get to 90 plus. So I'm going to go that way, guys. I think the number I'm staring at here is 89.5 for LSU's team total. I'll take it over. And it's a, what do they call it in a horse race? A little almost dead heat where photo finish, where we had to go and make a fast decision between that and Michigan State because San Jose State going to the Breslin Center here tonight, probably in a little bit of trouble defensively against that team. Guys, I don't want to hog up all our time, but I did, Adam, want to get to, we've talked about a lot of coaching changes. And real quick, I don't want to get on a soapbox, but let me just say that if you take cumulatively what we've said here over the 8 days on this show and apply it to your future college basketball handicapping, we talked about Will Wade. Right? I talked about Will Wade and his obsession with making statements every time he hits the coaching floor since he got wiretapped at LSU and thrown out. And then, Adam, I think you've talked excessively about NC Greensboro not being all that great this year. You put 2 and 2 together, and last night you see what NC State did to NC Greensboro. So, guys, take what we're saying, try and apply it. That's what we do. That's how you handicap. So,
sure. Great point, Rob.
Outside of the parlay itself, just we're trying to give you tidbits that can be useful down the road. And I'm going to try and get one out here for the extra board here, guys. Coaching change. We've talked about almost all of them, but let's get into Alabama A&M real fast. I know it's Alabama A&M, but they played Charleston Southern tonight. Alabama A&M, they took Grambling's head coach this season, Dante Jackson, who is a guy who plays the exact opposite way. This is a polar opposite style. Contrast here. You take a team in A&M that wanted to go fast last year, and now you turn them into one of the slowest paced teams in the country. A lot of times your holdovers, guys, don't want to play that way. They're at that school for a reason. So they either fly to the portal, or if they get left behind, they don't get picked up in the portal. They have to sit here and play this molasses style of offense, and you don't exactly get the best out of their talents. He did bring some guys from Grambling with him to help create this culture, new culture here at Alabama A&M. And they're going to play Charleston Southern, who loves to get up and down. I just think that fast teams get frustrated by extremely slow teams. The point to this handicap, when I saw this number early, 155.5 total. Market's gotten to it. It's 153.5 now. Just pay attention a little bit this year to what Alabama A&M does result-wise. I think this game might be under. I think the market's onto something here. But again, it's just another thing we're trying to point out here as the season progresses. Maybe we can look at Alabama A&M before everybody gets to it. And being where they are in the SWAC, not everybody will get to it. So this thing, an under trend with A&M may just go and go and go on the tracks for a while before odds makers derail it.
Oh, that's excellent stuff, Rob. And just to clarify, your parlay leg is going to be LSU team total over. What was the number?
I have 89.5. Unless you guys can tell me different, I'm showing a, and I'm trying to use a consensus number here, guys.
Sure,
89.5.
Yep. And we'll double check that at the end of the show when we officially lock it in. One thing I will say, a lot of people jumping into the chat, which we very much appreciate. We already broke down the Central Michigan South Alabama game that goes at 11. Even when the show is live, you should be able to go back, especially if you're on the YouTube channel and rewatch that. So people asking for Purdue, Alabama, Central Michigan, South Alabama. We've already talked about those. You can go, and utilize the on-demand feature, which this show is every day, live and on demand. Tell them where to find it, Brian.
Well, I'll even be a little bit now. I'll take it a step further. We talked about Purdue, Bama right at the outset of the show, guys. And if you want to go to Central Michigan, South Alabama, it was at the 14-minute and 3-second.
Oh, the timestamp king.
You can jump right there. Yeah, that's where it was. So they were the first two games we broke down on the show today. Again, remember 10 a.m. Monday through Friday.
This show is equipped, guys. It's equipped with everything, timestamps and all.
Should we talk about the Michigan State? I feel because Rob mentioned the Michigan State game. Should we mention that?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
you and I were at the
there.
Breslin Center over the weekend, and it's a ranked team. Obviously, I think it's the only other ranked team in action today besides Purdue and Bama who are playing each other. Is this, I mean, I guess it's just for, like, I couldn't lay it here. Is this, I mean, they've had enough time off that I guess maybe it's not a true letdown spot for Michigan State. I mean, that place was rocking on Saturday night against Arkansas. And that was a heck of a performance, I thought, by Michigan State. I don't know. Like, I hate the idea of backing a team laying a huge number like this after a big win like that. But Rob, San Jose State is not exactly a team that I want to run to the window to bet either. So I was just interested in your thoughts, having just caught this Michigan State team in person. I know you think Michigan State may be a tinge overrated as well from talking to you after the game. So, your thoughts here, because it's a decision I'm wrestling with, whether or not you can fire on the dog or not.
I'll start this and I'll go to Rob because I know he's got comments on the total. And I don't think that we're necessarily going to contradict each other either. So, again, because my volume is so much higher in college basketball, I'm a little bit more open to giving out client plays on the show because I know I'm probably gonna have more client plays than I talk about on this show, especially if they're the 3% variety. So I'll throw a second one out because I've already got 3 posted for today. So I'll throw a second one out. I did take the plus 24.5 with San Jose State, and Brian, you kind of touched on. You touched on some of my reasoning. So I disagreed with the move up to 24.5. I was lower. I think I was at like 18 or 19 on the number. The spot is definitely not sort of ideal for a Michigan State like runaway blowout type performance. You just had Arkansas. You have Kentucky coming up. So that's like, it would qualify, I think, a little bit as like a sandwich type letdown spot. But I want to go back to San Jose State for a second because, yeah, even though I'm sure Rob's gonna talk to us about their lack of defense, but generally I think they are a little bit undervalued. I thought Rob talked about Santa Barbara being like a team that he's sort of in on, and I felt like they played pretty good in that game. Hung around. I believe they covered the number there, or they covered the number in one of their games so far. So San Jose State's played twice. They've been a big dog to Utah, which I believe they covered the Utah game and didn't cover the Santa Barbara game, but still played Santa Barbara to an 11-point game. They won the second half for what it's worth. Point is, the point, and I didn't even make my point yet. They are one of the teams that had guys kicked off the team last year and had people act like Tim Miles actively had guys trying to sabotage his team. And I feel like these types of teams are still in some scenarios undervalued in the market. And I would point to San Jose State being one of those teams. Now, I don't think, again, we're asking them to cover 24.5, right? We saw Georgetown last night come off this big win over Maryland and struggle to beat a very bad Binghamton team. So it's similar. 24.5 seems like a big number. Even if Rob's team total gets there, and I'll kick it to him, I still think I cover 24.5. So 24.5 is a play for me.
Yeah, and that's the point, Adam, right? I mean, if Michigan State gets to 84, you're only asking San Jose to get 60, and you win the game. So I don't know that you're asking the dog to do all that much. And I think San Jose State's ability to cover is just it coincides with their style. They're not going to run themselves into deficits. They're going to methodically play the game, and that tends to keep it, which is what makes their 84 and 85 points allowed in their first two games even more alarming. And the teams that they played are good, right? Santa Barbara's good, Utah's good, those gyms are tough, and Michigan State the same way. I think from your guys' standpoint, which side situationally totally makes sense, stylistically totally makes sense. If I'm only messing with the team total here on Michigan State side, I think Izzo might be able to get it out of his team. For what it's worth, they're giving up 62.5% field goals on the season, San Jose State, and they get crushed on the defensive boards. I mean, the one thing you don't want to let Michigan State do is get second chances. You can't walk in there 302nd in the nation in defensive rebounding and think that you're going to get away with that from a points allowed standpoint. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing from different perspectives, side and total. San Jose State, again, situationally, stylistically, more than able to keep within 24.5. But Michigan State, considering the fundamental advantages on the floor, more than capable of scoring 83 points in this game. So I see that game now, 83.5, so you need 84. Like I said, I think we're saying the same things here. Let's keep a lookout and see how Michigan State performs here, what Izzo can get out of his team in what is a difficult situation. A spot play is not good for them.
Brian, I got a question for you.
I wanted to bring this up real quick. Michigan State from 3. I kept bringing this up to you on Saturday. I said, how are they winning this game with this horrible 3-point shooting? What was it? It was Ethan actually the next day who we hung out with at the Bowling Green game. He follows the Michigan State. He's like, that's a regular thing, especially early in the year that this team does struggle to shoot the 3. But I think they've proven they can get theirs. To each of your points, Michigan State has proven they can get theirs, right? Even with the bad 3-point shooting. But if you don't shoot the 3 well, it's really hard to cover 24.5, right? So I think we're all in lockstep. Michigan State will get theirs. However, winning by this big a margin when you don't shoot the 3 well, very difficult to do. And how interested is Izzo winning by a big margin too?
But my question for you was essentially that. I was going to ask you if you were too many Spartas in to remember you point, like the fact that they were getting good looks against Arkansas, they just couldn't make them. So wouldn't you say that the 3-point shooting has to be far more? I mean, they're going to have to knock them down to cover this number at a far greater rate. Like they were still generating decent looks against Arkansas, just couldn't hit one. Do they just magically start draining 3s here? Everyone thought Florida might. They didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of times we fall into the pattern of, this team shot, horribly from 3 last game. So they're going to bounce back now. Well, some teams are just not great at shooting the 3. Michigan State has proven that they're not particularly great at shooting the 3 over the last several seasons. So they can still score. To Rob's point, I think they will. But the 3 is not their forte. And yes, that Sparty IPA was really good if you're at the Breslin Center. $14. I mean, those are professional prices, but it was worth it. The Sparty IPA. That was my winner of the week.
They were strong too. It's a good thing we were staying in East Lansing after those. Let me just say that. They were I think those were like 7%ers at least.
Oh, they were. Yeah. They were.
Guys, to your point, Michigan State, number 319 in the nation in 3-point shooting last year. They won 1 game by 25 points. They played 30 some odd games. They won 1 game. They beat Niagara 96-60. It's the only game they won by this margin. So how they score this year, the same way they score, and especially against a team like this, is probably about stick back, second chance layups, foul shots, whatever. But when you only win 1 game by 25, who the heck wants to lay 24.5 with a team like that?
Brian, I gotta throw this to you because you made a point yesterday about SWAC teams for the most part, the crazy scheduling they go through, the fact that they never get games at home again unless it's like against like Mississippi, like they play like Bible studies or whatever. I think I saw someone playing the other day. Grambling has a home game against Southern Miss right here. That's interesting to me. Leg Show says Grambling -1 best bet. I made a number for this. I've actually got Southern Miss probably a -4, but I'll ask you, am I not giving Grambling enough credit for a rare home game here? Yesterday, we saw Longwood get that kind of rare, big non-conference home game, and they played very well against James Madison. So I'm just interested to see if you either have any takes about this one. And I know you kind of were talking SWAC basketball yesterday. So what do we think?
So I do agree with Grambling being a short favorite here at home, and yes, it is a rare spot. That's where I have pretty fired up now. Grambling, we've talked about coaching change as well. They lost their head coach to a conference rival. I don't know. I mean, how much does that matter? The home court. I mean, it shouldn't be just a one factor handicap, but I made this -2, so it's not a huge value as I break down as I do quick math with the power rating. So a slight lean to Grambling. You look at what these teams have done. Southern Miss, they're coming off a close loss to South Carolina last time
overtime.
Out.
Took them to big dog.
And that begs the question: what do they have left in the tank here? Whereas Grambling, they're off a win at Howard, okay, an outright win. They were 4.5-point dogs there. They come in probably with a little bit more, they're feeling themselves a little more confidence, if you will. So you twisted. This isn't a game I'm going to play, guys, but if you twisted my arm and forced me to, I hope you don't. I would take Grambling.
Yeah, I think, guys, real quick, I'll just jump in as somebody who, on a personal level, had a play on South Carolina's team total the other night, and Southern Miss had that team by double digits in the second half. And this bet is dead in the water. Miraculously, South Carolina at home was able to come back and tie that thing and push it into overtime. So the bet cashed. I think if you're talking about personnel between these two, I mean, also Southern Miss has played Buffalo. Buffalo's a 3-0 team. They went to Buffalo and played them tough as well. If you're looking at personnel in this game, there's no way in heck you're playing Grambling on their home floor or not. Southern Miss the better team. But if you're playing situationally, overtime loss that you had one close game with. But, these things do start to – it's kind of early in the year to say that they add up and they multiply, but it gets tough. I think Southern Miss the better team. Grambling awfully dependent upon the three. Southern Miss gives up a lot of threes, so we'll see if they can cash in on that. But it's an interesting handicap because I can see the situational side and I can see the fundamental side.
I'll say one more thing because Keith brought him up. Jay Ladner, Southern Miss. Yeah, that was Southeastern Louisiana's coach before he got the Southern Miss job years ago. And I am personally cautiously optimistic for Southern Miss relative to like they're getting picked at the bottom of the Sun Belt. Okay. And I look like he's playing like 13 guys a game right now. Like he has a large roster. One of the guys that I believe is on his team but hasn't played yet, probably because it ties back into the investigations from last year, is Landon Glasper, who was one of the guys that got kicked off NCAA, who is a very prolific scorer. So I saw that he was in practice with them. He has not played yet. But he has, he's got like 14. I literally think he's put like 14 guys in games so far this year, just playing anyway. A huge bench. And you have to wonder, so I guess I'll leave it at the fact that I'm not going to bet against them because I'm higher. Like I said, I made the number, I think 4. I'm going to kind of look, I'm actually kicking myself for not taking the points with Southern Miss against South Carolina. I was way off on that number 2. I thought there was big value there, and there clearly was as they sent it to overtime. I think Southern Miss outclasses Grambling, probably wins here, and they are a team that I will look to to fire on going forward. I think they might have something going there. Before we close out, quick thoughts. This is kind of the last game on the board, national TV. We haven't talked about it yet. I'll go to you first, Rob. Any Kansas State Cal thoughts for you? 9 p.m. national TV.
My initial thought was to play this game over. That total has moved, guys, 9 points. So I'm out. I think Mark Madsen, when he was at Utah Valley, they played a hectic pace and they played a hectic style that leads to opportunities. And K-State has been really, really good offensively so far this year. So, opening number 54, you kind of like total, but here 163, market's probably priced me out.
Just real quick, and then I'm going to just drop my parlay leg to complete the parlay. It's a game we've already talked about, guys, so I'm not going to do a huge breakdown on that. But, as far as Kansas State goes, Cal off to its best start since 2019, 3-0 straight up, 3-0 against the number. Mark Madsen, as Rob alluded to, he's got him believing in Berkeley, but it is a tough test going out to Manhattan. I think, the question is what's going to hold up better, Cal's defense or Kansas State's offense? And the total move, I don't know, that's pretty crazy. But my parlay leg is going to be that St. Thomas team total over 82.5. I mentioned all the red in if you go to Green Bay's Ken Palm page, all the red that is lit up under defense for Green Bay. Here's just a few things: 356th in defensive efficiency, 348th in effective field goal percentage allowed, 362nd in turnover percentage, 352nd in free throw percentage allowed, free throw attempts allowed. 353rd in 2-point percentage. Teams are shooting 67.7% inside the arc against Green Bay. They're 358th in steal percentage as well. So there's just really nothing. This team is doing very well defensively, and they didn't do anything very well defensively last year. Will they improve over time, Trig? Maybe, but not tonight. St. Thomas, the Tommies, get theirs points-wise. And we don't have to worry about them covering an inflated number. Just get over 82.5 points. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they just opened a really nice new building that I believe that game will be in. I'll throw one thing out there about Kansas State, Cal. I don't like either of those teams. I'm hoping Kansas State blows them out so I can fade Kansas State against Tulsa on Tuesday, because I think Kansas State just chucks threes and they don't really have much else outside of that. I wish I had more confidence in Cal. I think Cal's just atrocious. If I had more confidence in them, I would take the points. I don't. So I will root for Kansas State to win big, so I can fade them next week. And we'll be here next week. I'll remind you on the day that I believe that's Tuesday game next week. And I'll also remind you what the parlay leg is, because we got to get off here before 11 a.m. So I'll go Cornell -5. I gave it out to clients at 4.5. Actually, you know what? No, 4.5. I'm seeing 4.5s at Caesars, BetMGM. There's enough 4.5. So we're going to go Cornell -4.5. LSU team total over 89.5 for Rob, and St. Thomas team total over 82.5 for BP. 6-1 parlay. Again, St. Thomas team total over 82.5. LSU team total over 89.5. Cornell -5. That's your parlay for Thursday. It is actually Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll be back with the last show of the week. Enjoy the day basketball tipping off in a few minutes, and go check out the replay if you missed any part of the show. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Puck time on Wagertalk TV. It is time to go over a handful of picks in the NHL. Best bets, sides, totals, team totals, props, all that good stuff right here on Puck Time. Myself, Andrew McGinnis, Carmine Bianco, my co-host as always, and Brian Leonard. I told you guys yesterday, he's not in the bullpen. He's pretty much a starting pitcher with us here on Puck Time. We got him in the roster with us again today. Look, it was a smaller slate on Wednesday. We told you it was going to be a profitable one. Well, we cashed some tickets, and nice underdog ticket as well, as Brian and I both liked the Rangers in that underdog spot. Although the price went down, it was a pretty good Wednesday. Let's try and make it a pretty good Thursday here, guys. And Carm, we'll give you an excuse for missing yesterday's show. You know what? You got to feel like a kid again. And I know that you are a diehard football fan, and you were able to grab some tickets yesterday. So that's awesome, man.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, I was watching the show yesterday and trying to comment while I was in queue on the line. And if you've ever been in queue for any of these tickets, kind of like the World Series ones, you have to know that you have to grab your tickets and check out as quick as possible because the games sell out. So I'm in queue. I'm just going to mention this real quick because we had a lot to cover. I'm in queue and I'm reading some of the stuff on the X from people who had a window to buy their tickets, Andrew, an hour earlier than me. And they're all bitching, frozen screens, white screens. They go to check out. Not enough time. The prices are higher than what it shows the lowest available ticket price is. And that helped me because I knew, let me get in there. I'm just going to snag a bunch of tickets for the group stage games, the knockout stage games, hit checkout. And then I even called while I was in queue, Visa, to let them know that a bunch of charges were coming through on my card. Do not deny them. They are not fraudulent. They're coming from FIFA in Europe. Got in, snagged my tickets, and got out. And I was so happy. So going to get to go see a bunch of World Cup games. I could only get the ones in Canada. So I have a friend who's going to work with me on getting the ones in the U.S. And I'll be traveling throughout the U.S. to watch some games as well, too. A big congrats to you, Andrew. I went to sleep early. I had Utah in regulation. They were down 2-1 at the end of the second period, but you were sweating a 5% play on the New Jersey team total. And I woke up to all these messages and I'm like, oh shit, did the play lose? And I look and I see Utah scored 4 goals in the third period. So I win mine. I see you got a nice overtime victory. Overtime's been good to the two of us this week. So
OT
congratulations on hitting that 5% play, man.
OT magic. You got to love it. Thanks, Carmen. You know, it's funny because I'll be real. The team totals, that was a thing that I adopted last year. And man, did it go well for me last year. And the best part I always say about it is the prices, right? But then I was thinking to myself, when that game was 1-1, I was like, if the Devils end up winning this game like 2-1 or 3-1, I'm going to go crazy because I put that team total out. So I need 4. So 3-3 going to overtime was about as best as it was going to get because some team was going to have to score 4 to win the game. So regardless of what was going to happen, they were going to have to score 4 once I saw, them give up the third goal. So it was nice to see. But Carm, I'll tell you what, I never thought a defenseman would score a hat trick in that game. I thought maybe Jack Hughes or Heischer or Meyer or those guys would score the goals. But Simon Nemec gets a hat trick. I think it's only the 3rd career ever New Jersey Devil defenseman to get a hat trick.
Did you say Mo? Did you say Mo? Mo?
Simone.
Oh, Simone. I thought I heard Mo, as in momentum.
Momentum is in the building. But I'll tell you, Carm, you want to talk about momentum? And that's what we always say about sports betting is that, look, if I would have lost that pick last night, and a lot of people bought that, and I would have let a lot of people down and would have let myself down. But I watched that whole game, and I was banking on some regression from Spencer Knight. But eventually, and Brian and I talked about this on the show, we had a good conceptual conversation about, when to start fading teams, when to start jumping on them. I didn't think that Chicago was going to be able to sustain what they were doing. Like, they've improved, but man, their defensive numbers, they're still giving up so many chances. But I'll tell you, one of the best trades that we saw last year that has to be taken into consideration right now at this point is the Spencer Knight trade with Seth Jones. Seth Jones went on to win a Stanley Cup, but you now have a future goaltender with the Blackhawks for many, many, many years to come. And young superstars like Bedard, they need their goaltender. And now they have one with Spencer Knight. So super excited. Thank you, Carm. And you, Cash, you continue to be on a roll as well with Utah. Today, we're going to look at Anaheim and Detroit. Dallas visiting my Montreal Canadiens after they got their butts kicked against the Kings. Brian's going to dissect the Oilers and Blue Jackets game. And we'll take a look at the Islanders and Knights. Maybe we'll get Brian's thoughts as well on the Vegas game as well.
We have to. And then I have a pod play that is going to make you guys think that I've been drinking early this morning, or I have a couple shots of Bailey's in this coffee, but I really don't. The shot of Bailey's is coming up in segment number 4. That's Brian Leonard. He is the shot of Bailey's. But It is an interesting one. It is a plus money one, and we'll see if we get there. And then we'll also talk some news happening in the NHL as well too, Andrew. But let's kick it off, man. Detroit and Anaheim. Wings minus 133 at home. Ducks plus 110. And I know a lot of people are thinking, Andrew, the Ducks plus 110. They're playing so well right now, except for that loss in Colorado. How are you breaking this one down? 6.5 seems a little high for me in this one.
Yeah, it's just like what you said there, Carm. Like, I think that very similar to what we saw as the price in Colorado, a lot of people are going to look at this game and say, are you kidding me? I'm going to be able to get Anaheim at this price. And I think that this price is priced accordingly for a reason. You know, very similar to the Blackhawks. I will say that I think we're going to start seeing that defensive regression come in from the Anaheim Ducks. We've been waiting on it, and it hasn't really come quite yet, but this could be a good opportunity to do so with them. And I'll tell you what, when you look at this Red Wings team, they should not be happy with their last couple results, right? They got shut out against the Knights, poor effort against the Rangers, and then a poor effort against the Blackhawks. I don't want to find myself constantly trying to look to bet on teams that have not been playing well, but this has to be a pretty good situation for it. And now you also look at that revenge spot as well, the last time these teams met. And we're at that point in the year now where we're, a month and a half in, where you are seeing teams get that revenge, not just within their own division, but within different conferences as well. That's the case here. The last time these teams met in Anaheim, it was 5-2 just a couple weeks ago. I lean towards this Detroit side here, Carm. I do lean towards it, but I think that, if you're looking towards it under, you got to look probably towards some type of team total under, because I do think the winner of this game has to score 4 goals. 4 or 5 for the winner. But I think Detroit can utilize the fact they have the last change in this one. I think that they're going to be extremely hungry. And most importantly, they have not played a game since Sunday. So I do like that rest factor for them as well. So it's going to be interesting, Carm. And the odds tell you all you have to know. Like, I truthfully regret not playing on the Avalanche the other day. It would have had to have been a team total or a regulation or some type of play. But how many people, I talked about it with Brian yesterday, how many people saw that Anaheim price against Colorado and lined up at the window thinking they had the best underdog bet of the year? And then Colorado said, hey, you might be next to us in the standings. Doesn't mean you're nearly as good as us. And they certainly flexed their muscles on them.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. And that's the thing, is when a team that last year didn't have a lot of success, all of a sudden comes out of the gate and they're winning a lot of games and they're playing extremely well. We sort of look at, that small sample size, and, we're almost 25% of the season gone. We're like 18 games into the season, but you see that and you think that this is something that's just going to happen throughout the rest of the year. It did for the Washington Capitals last year, but I think the Washington Capitals last year were a much better team if you want to compare them to Anaheim this year. I think Washington was a lot better if we're doing a side-by-side comparison. Listen, Anaheim's going to win some games. They got a better coaching staff with Joel Quenneville. But it's one of those ones where they're going to go through some losing skids, and this could be the start of one. I talk about, they went into that game against Colorado having won 9 of 10 games, if you use that sample size. And then they lose 4-1 in Colorado. Now they make the trip to Detroit to face the Red Wings. You know me, Andrew. I'm one of those ones that when a team is on a win streak and they lose a game, I like to come right back on them to lose another game. And conversely, it's the other way around. A team on a losing streak, once they win a game, it's like that monkey's off their back. They play a little looser. They're not making sawdust out of that stick by holding it so tight. So with that said, I like Detroit in this one. But even if you look at the analytics, Detroit went to Anaheim towards the end of the road trip on October 31st. They lose that game 5-2. The analytics, high danger chances, I think even the shots on goal were all in Detroit's favor in that one, despite losing 5-2. It was 4-point. Let me see if I can bring this up real quick. The XG in that game, 4.07 to 3.57 for the Red Wings. Now that's close. It's a half goal off, but a 5-2 final score. You get an empty netter, you get a power play goal, you get a shorthanded goal by Anaheim. They basically scored every goal, every way possible against the Red Wings, who were again at the tail end of a road trip. So Detroit to bounce back here. It is Gibson confirmed, and we don't know who's in goal yet for Anaheim, although they are showing expected as Mrazek. So we'll go with that one, Andrew. But it is Detroit for me, minus 133.
Carmen, and I wanted to mention, I love that XG stuff because you're right. Despite what the final score was, Detroit did look really good in that meeting. But look, like I said, I don't want to make a habit of going against really good goaltenders, and I've been using a lot more websites lately to look towards advanced metrics for goaltenders. Mrazek is probable, as they have listed, as you mentioned. He's 3-0 on the year, but a 4.56 GAA, 8.64 save percentage. And I'll tell you what, if we can go against this Anaheim team without Lucas Dostal, it's a huge win because, looking at Money Puck, looking at the goaltending situations here, and this is coming from a guy that faded Spencer Knight, who I just said has been unbelievable. When you look at the top 3 goalies in goals saved above expected this season, Connor Hellebuck is up there, number 1 spot. He's always up there. Spencer Knight and Lucas Dostal. So 2 young teams with Chicago and Anaheim, very much so working off of great goaltending. And don't get me wrong, Anaheim has been improved. I'm not saying that. People in my comment section on my night show just really don't think I like this Ducks team. But when you are constantly relying on good goaltending, Carm, it can hurt you. So as much as I like to look at some of these statistics for goalies and see who's been playing well, I also want to look at who could potentially be regressing because some of these numbers just simply aren't sustainable. So getting Mrazek versus getting Dostal is a pretty big W for us, I would say, if we like the Wings in this game, Carm.
Yeah, no, I think so. And a good mention of the goalies. Andrew, before we get to this next game, the Montreal Canadiens, who you seem to have a real affection for against the Dallas Stars, who I liked at least in their last game because they cashed the 5% for me. And thank you, Coach Rich, for that comment in the comment section. We talk about goalies, and we're not covering this game, but Toronto plays the LA Kings tonight. And there's a lot of news coming out this morning, so I want to cover that. Austin Matthews out for the Leafs tonight with an injury. In that game, he took a cross-check into the boards from, Zadorov? Was it Zadorov? And the Leafs never reacted. It wasn't until Domi a little later on in the game went toe-to-toe with someone. But I want to talk about Anthony Stolarz real quickly. Anthony Stolarz out. The Leafs have called up I guess he's a Russian goalie because I cannot pronounce this guy's name. If you ask me, I could reach into a cereal box of alphabets, pull out the letters, and have a better chance of pronouncing it than I can this guy's name. But he's called up. Hildeby's going to start tonight for the Leafs. Ever since the game Toronto played against Seattle, where Anthony Stolarz called out his team and specifically William Nylander because Nylander wasn't back checking. The Kraken scored a goal and then won it in overtime. Since calling out his team, you would think that the team would step up for the goalie. 4.00 goals against average, 767 save percentage for Anthony Stolarz for the Toronto Maple Leafs. That is ugly. You don't see 7.67 save percentages very often, unless it's me between the pipes. But with that said, we'll see what happens tonight with those 2 teams. But Montreal and Dallas, Andrew, I'm going to let you go first on this one because you already know what I'm going on this one. So give me your thoughts.
Carm, I think I know what you're going, and I'm going to go half of what I think you're going. So we don't want to have the same play here. So look, in the last game, I talked about maybe a potential play on the first period under 1.5 goals or no goal in the first 10 minutes. And both those ended up looking pretty good, even though there were a ton of chances in the Kings and Canadiens game. one thing about this Montreal Canadiens team, as I try and remain at least the slightest bit of unbiased here when it comes to the Montreal Canadiens, Carm, they've looked good this year so far, but a lot of the wins they have had this season have come against non-playoff opponents. I believe something along the lines of like 12 of their next 14 games are against teams that have made the playoffs last year, which is going to be a huge change for this team. But I think that when you look at this Montreal Canadiens team, they looked flat. They looked lethargic. They lacked energy. They created some chances, but after those chances weren't going in against a great goalie with Darcy Kemper, who's having a good year, they seemed frustrated, and then the LA Kings walked all over them. In this game, I'm looking for a fast start. In this game, I do like the over 1.5 in the first period, and I also like the over in the full game here. This Dallas Stars team coming off a game which made you very happy because they, didn't have the best start. They went down the first period. Then the second period, they get on the board. Third period, get on the board and win the game in overtime. But they're going to want to have a better start as well, especially offensively. They can't be waiting too long into games to get their offense going. So I like goals in this game overall. I like goals early in this one. And I actually have 2 player props from this game in my props parlay today at the end of the show. But Carm, it's going to be very interesting because we're going to find out. We're going to get some, put it this way, we're going to get some really good prices involving the Montreal Canadiens in the next 2.5 to 3 weeks. So if people think they're the real deal, or you like the team totals, or you want to bet on them, you're going to find out what kind of team they are. But if you think this team is going to finally show that regression, this might be the chance to do it, because when you talk about schedule forecasting, it's not easy for them. They had LA Tuesday, Dallas tonight. They've got Boston on Saturday. Who would have thought Boston would be a tough opponent? You know, there's some tougher matchups next week. It's always tough against the Leafs, even though they're not playing well right now. And then they go on a West Coast road trip. So not going to be easy for this team, Carm. I think I know where you're going with your play, but do you agree with me that there's going to be some desperation in the air tonight?
Yeah, we always seem to reference on the shows, teams' schedules and how they're playing, and you can only beat the teams in front of you. The important thing for the Montreal Canadiens is, number one, is to stay healthy throughout the year. Easier said than done. Injuries happen because you start to worry about depth. But winning those games against non-playoff teams is actually a good thing. If you were losing those games against non-playoff teams, then you would have to worry. The whole idea is to accumulate as many points as you can get before the year turns to 2026, and you stay in that top 8 to make that push. The farther the teams behind you fall back, the better it is. I talked about a couple of years ago, making up 7 points in the final half of the season doesn't seem like much, but it is. It's very hard to make those points up, especially when you have to leapfrog teams. So as far as the Montreal Canadiens go, now if you look at this game here, mine's going to be a first period play on Montreal, and only because this has been a profitable angle. Montreal Canadiens this year in the first 20 minutes of a game, and this is the money line, the two-way money line. In 16 games, 8 times they've had the lead, 6 times they've been tied, and only twice have they trailed after the opening 20 minutes. As far as units go, if you're just flat betting the Montreal Canadiens on the first period money line, you're up 5.35 units. At home, they've played 8 games. They've been ahead after 8 games. After the opening 20 minutes, they've been ahead in 5 games, trailing once and tied twice at the end of 20 minutes. Again, profitable. A small loss, a small profit loss on Dallas if you're betting them in those similar situations. So it's the Montreal Canadiens for me. But also, if you look at that game against Ottawa, the game against Ottawa, that was Ottawa's game, and they lost it. They got out to an early lead. Dallas didn't look like they had the legs in the opening 20 minutes, and Ottawa got those 2 goals and then just allowed Dallas back into the game. And in the third period, Dallas outshot Ottawa 17-6, tie it up, send it to overtime, and they had my good buddy Mo with them. So with that said, A similar start by Dallas here. Montreal's going to have the lead after 20 minutes. So give me the Montreal Canadiens first period money line.
Let's go. First period. And, it's important, especially after a game they had. It's important how a team can respond, Carm. So, hey, maybe you don't trust them for the full game, but it's all right. First period. Play.
I got too many. I have too many other games I need to watch. The thing is, I won't even be watching hockey tonight, Andrew. I may be checking the scores on my phone, but I am going downtown to BMO Field. The Canadian national team, soccer team, is playing against Ecuador. So I am taking my wife, who's a huge fan as well, too, bringing a couple friends, and we're going to watch the game. So it's going to be a little chilly, but they have coffee, they have hot chocolate. I'll be fine. They have ciders, they have beer, everything
warm,
you need
man.
to keep you.
Stay
Everything
warm.
you need to keep you warm. Maybe I'll see Austin Matthews there since he's not in the lineup for the Leafs tonight. Maybe he'll come and catch a soccer game and see how it feels to have a team that wins. Andrew, we got to bring this guy in, man. He did a fantastic job of co-hosting yesterday with you. Look at him. He's wearing the Buster colors today, too, just to rub it in. The orange, red, whatever it is. The shot of Bailey's in everyone's coffee. Brian Leonard, welcome to the show.
Good day for us yesterday on the show. Not a bad day.
Yeah, I really enjoyed being one of the hosts. If any of you guys ever get tired and need a day off, yeah, that was fun. This is actually a Cleveland Browns shirt, and I wear it inside. I'm embarrassed to wear it outside, so I'm getting some use out of it being on the show today.
Brian, we're going to keep you on for a couple segments because we got the Golden Knights that Andrew and I are going to discuss. But anytime we're talking Golden Knights, we have to go to you. You live there. You're on the pulse of what the Golden Knights are and what they're doing. But before that, you have got to play on the Edmonton Oilers, Columbus Blue Jackets, two teams that just played a little while ago in oil country. -110 both ways I'm seeing on the early morning line. 6.5 is the total. How are you breaking this one down?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in looking at the schedules, just as you gentlemen are. And, both these teams are playing their third game in 4 days. The Oilers actually in a back-to-back situation. Edmonton outlasted the Flyers last night 2-1 in overtime in Philadelphia. And, that's a seventh extra time game for Edmonton, their last 12 contests. So even though they're playing a lot of games, a lot of them are extra time. So they should be pretty tired right here. They're in the midst of a 7-game road trip, and it's all being played in an 11-day span. So they've had a real tough schedule coming up lately in a lot of games, and it's even, obviously even going to be worse coming up. So I think there's going to be plenty of time to fade a team that went to the championship last year and we're getting some good numbers against them. I preferred the Philadelphia side yesterday. I didn't have that kind of success that Andrew had in overtime, but it's a situation here that you take a look at the season. The Oilers have been outscored by 9 goals, and they're 4-3-3 their last 10 contests. I'm not a big believer in momentum. They are winning, but I still don't think they're playing well. And you got Columbus team on the other hand. They're -1 on the season in the net goal department, but 10 of their 16 games have been on the road. They're 5-4-1 their last 10 contests, and it's the first game back in Columbus for the Blue Jackets after a disappointing 1-4 trip. Now, normally we look to fade teams returning home from a winning trip, but that's not the case here. In fact, I mentioned it one of the times I was on about I was really impressed by the way Columbus went into Seattle. Last game of a trip, they were 0-4. Seattle was a team looking for a victory, and Columbus went to overtime and got that victory. That tells me a lot about the heart of this Columbus team. And if you take a look at the way the two teams have played all season long, I think Columbus is the better team, at least the way they've been playing now. At the end of the season, obviously, I said this yesterday, Edmonton's going to be one of the teams that gets there, but they struggled last year at the beginning of the season and got hot late. We're seeing them do the same thing here. In a pickup situation, I really want to fade Edmonton. They've put a lot of time on the ice in the last week or so, and they've got an even tougher schedule coming up. I prefer Columbus in this matchup.
Yeah, I got to say there, Brian, too, with that one, like it was yesterday on the show, I talked with you about, hey, maybe if they didn't deserve to win their game, the Oilers, they were going to at least come in with some momentum, and maybe they created some chances, but their offense wasn't really there. So maybe it was just a one-off, that comeback against CBJ, and we'll see if they, the price-wise, it's hard to argue it here. I mean, looking at the dog in this one, I mean, based on what they've done all year, it's hard to argue. How about your Vegas Golden Knights? This is a team that, we talk a lot about momentum on this show, and this is a team that kind of gets red hot, cools down, gets red hot. I swear you never really see this Knights team being a win one, lose one type of team. They seem to either be one or the other, Brian. What do you think about this game for them tonight? Is it a good spot for the Vegas Golden Knights?
Yeah, they've been very streaky this year. And I'll be honest, I came on here a few days ago and I said, I think the schedule sets up for Vegas to be in a really good spot. They had that revenge against Florida and they fell down 2-0 in that game and had to struggle late to try to get back into it. They did the same thing in the other game. I'm perplexed by this Vegas team. I've had a really good feel about them ever since we got season tickets in the opening year. But right now they're not playing like they normally do. You get a veteran team, and they've always been since the beginning when they had a lot of young guys, but the last few years have been a very veteran team. And when you expect a veteran team to come out and play well, they do. This year they have not. That's a major concern. The Islanders are playing very well right now. They're coming in. Sorokin's going to get the start for the Islanders, and he's been very good against the old Golden Knights. I believe he's undefeated in his lifetime. I think he's 4-0 in Vegas. So he's coming in. He's playing very well lately. So he's against lifetime against the Golden Knights. He's got a .939 save percentage, a 196 goals against. So Vegas is having problems scoring. They're going up against a guy who is hot, and he's had success against them in the past. The only thing that is a situation for Vegas to want to look at them, number one, is the scheduling situation. I believe should be a profitable one for them. But I mentioned this one of the other times I was on, somebody posted a stat, and I forgot who it was. It may have been the Vegas Golden Knights website, something to do with that. But they talked about how Vegas does at home when the other team comes in with a day of rest and 2 days of rest. And in 2 days of rest, the teams are terrible in Vegas. Now, they got here. They've been playing well. They came in on Tuesday. They practiced yesterday. Spending 2 days in Vegas is a big deal for a lot of teams. Now, they do play hockey in New York. So New York is another one very similar to like a Miami type of thing where there's plenty of things to do. But that's somewhat of a concern. I would be on the Islanders. If they didn't have the nice run they're on right now. But I can't trust the Knights. So I'm going to be sitting this one out. I may play the Knights team total under, because since Vegas has got, since their starter went out, they've got to use two younger guys, and the offense has suffered. But maybe Vegas minus under 3.5 team total, something to that effect. But overall, this is a team right now that I'm just frustrated on, because they're not playing the way they normally do. And usually, and you guys know your teams. You know your Montreal. You know your Torontos. You know your Buffaloes. Speaking of Buffalo, that's a deserved line in this one tonight. I'm not going to lay 350 or 380 or whatever it is on Colorado, but Jesus, that Buffalo team's been bad. But yeah, Vegas.
For years.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's
out
going
of
on.
nowhere. I don't know how they just started suddenly playing so bad, the Sabres. But it is, as our good friend in the chat, TJ Salvatore, will always say, it is his favorite goalie starting tonight, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for the Buffalo Sabres. They used their other goalie last night, Colton Ellis, I think it is. I think I pronounced his name right, against the Mammoth. But, Brian, I just wanted to mention, because no one's mentioned it in the chat yet, and they always ask about like that Vegas first period over. During the first 10 or 15 games of the season, it's profitable, but then it kind of dies down, and it has for Vegas. Overall, in the first period, the over is 10-6 in Vegas games, 6-3 at home, 10-6 for the Islanders overall 4-4 on the road. Those numbers just don't put any confidence on taking the over 1.5 in this one. And then you even looked at the VIG, and books have priced it a lot lower than what the Vegas ones have been in the past this season. I think it was at minus 125, which is pretty much as low as I've seen a Vegas first period over.
Yeah, Vegas, the reason why the first periods are going over is because they're giving up a goal early. They've done that. I talked about this for a while, and they went 2 games where they scored the first goal. And like I said, the Florida game, they give up the first 2 goals. Last time out, they gave up the goals to Anaheim when they played them. So, yeah, it's the Vegas defense in the first period that's been struggling. The offense has been struggling the entire time. And when they play a veteran team, and we saw this when they played Tampa Bay, we saw this when they played Florida, they just cannot get down into the other opposition's spots to get set up on offense. They're taking too many shots from up above from the defensive guys. They just can't get into their own game plan. And I don't know if it's just having new guys around, and obviously Marner's a big key to that. But he's very good when he brings it in. He brings it in better than anybody, and Eichel's very good at that. But those 2 guys are the only ones that can do it. And right now, without with Stone being injured, he's basically their best two-way player. Without him, the power play has been terrible, and I don't trust the Vegas offense. Defensively, yeah, they've been pretty good considering the goalies, and the goalies have done a pretty nice job. Schmidt, I believe, will be going tonight. It's his turn. They've been switching them off back and forth, and he's been the better of the 2. So, yeah, I wouldn't play that first period over.
Both teams are rested here. Both teams haven't played since Monday, so a lot of times I do like to look towards that with unders for some teams, but again, I've talked about on the show, I can't find myself backing too many teams that are in desperate situations, but Vegas, they're a hot or cold team here, guys. They either win or they lose. They're not, I swear to God, this team never wins a game, then loses a game, wins a game. They're either playing well or they're not right now. So, but this Islanders team, Carm, you've talked about this team impressing you offensively a bit this season. Do you think they're going to ultimately, at the end of the season, maybe be a better home team than road team, and it won't even be close? Like, they do have some younger guys in the team. That their offense has gotten better. We got to give them credit. But do you think that maybe there could be a road home split to be said about this Islanders team?
Yeah, I think so. When you look at that, and in years past, they've been like that, Andrew. I have to sort of harp on the same thing. We're in the first quarter of the season. There's a lot of NHL to play, and a lot is going to change. But some teams are playing some exciting hockey, and you want to try and make some money off of them, kind of like the Anaheim Ducks. But you look at the Anaheim Ducks, and they're sitting on what, 23 points, 24 points, something like that. Their projected point total was 84. So they're on pace to definitely eclipse that number. Teams like Pittsburgh are starting to drop off a little bit. And the worrisome thing for the Pittsburgh Penguins, when we look at it, and I'll get to the Islanders in a second, is the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to be a seller at the trade deadline. This isn't a team that's going to go all in and get rid of assets to try and make to try and win a wild card spot in 7th or 8th, because they're not going to finish top 3 in the Metro. To make a playoff run. Sid's going to end up somewhere. Malkin's going to end up somewhere. I have to believe that these guys move, and Kyle Dubas accumulates some assets to rebuild that team, and maybe they do get lucky and get that number 1 pick in McKenna. So, with that said, even the San Jose Sharks winning games, but come on, realistically, the Sharks are likely going to finish last in the league. So, as far as I'm concerned. The Islanders, Andrew, Matt Schaefer, the guy wasn't even
Buffalo,
on.
Not Buffalo last in the league. Buffalo's
The worst thing that could happen to the Buffalo Sabres is they were in the lottery with the best chance to win and finish second. And the number 1 pick that year was Connor McDavid. Imagine the trajectory of that man's career if he had to play in Buffalo. He would not have changed the team. And,
if I'm Gavin McKenna and the Buffalo Sabres win the draft lottery, I'm going back to Penn State for 1 more year. I'm not going to Buffalo. I'm going
Eli Manning on him, right?
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, pull an Eric Lindros. I will not play for this team, and don't draft me. And it happens. It's just the way it is. The Islanders, they're a fun team to watch when they're scoring goals. When they're not scoring goals, not so much fun. A friend of mine has season tickets to the New York Islanders. I don't know why he puts himself through that pain, but it is what it is. It's kind of like Leaf fans in the playoffs. My friends, every year they're already buying parade tickets, and then they get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs.
Just think about all the money they'll save this year.
Yeah. Brian, what do you have up to promote at Wager Talk today?
Well, we lost our game yesterday. Now 7-2 in hockey. Still a pretty good run. We won in the MAC again. I had Toledo just been dominating the MAC. I believe we're on a 29-13 run in college football right now. Number one the last 6 weeks in college football. Loving the card this weekend. I got to start putting some of those up. We still have that. I believe they're going to have the deal for the whole weekend in football. So we're looking forward to that. Actually swept the NFL last week, and that doesn't happen very often. So very happy about that. Everything's going really well, but I don't have the same luck in overtime as Andrew does. But I'm going to have 2 plays up in hockey today, and I'll be putting those up after the show.
Awesome.
Well, Brian, you almost did if the player wasn't offside. If the player wasn't offside, you almost did have the luck. That was brutal. That was brutal. That of course, that's how the Oilers get a victory is, an offside call going in their favor. And Gary Bettman called in and said, "We can't have McDavid on a losing streak here. We need to get the Oilers some wins." But yeah, not just hockey, Brian, football as well. You're getting the job done. Who doesn't like Monday night football? Well, how about Wednesday night football? That's the NCAA for you right now.
That's right. Yeah, it's been really good all week long, and we've done very well in these smaller conferences over the years, the Sun Belt and everything. And those are the ones that play during the week. And very, very excited for another week. We've been on a really good run on Saturdays too, so cannot complain at all.
No, you can't, man. Keep on
Drinks
winning.
on Brian. Drinks on Brian.
Yeah, I may come. I think my next trip to Vegas. Andrew, I'm usually there this time of the year. I'm not. Money's going somewhere else, but May is probably my next trip to Vegas. I'll head down there just before the World Cup. Get a bunch of futures plays in. Sign up for the Circa Millions and Survivor. Make my annual donation, and then move on from there. But let's talk same game parlay and pod. Do you have a same game parlay, Mr. Graphics guy?
We have a same game parlay, Carm, and we are off a big winner last night.
Yes,
we were off a big winner last night. It's funny. I've given out ones at like plus 300, plus 400, and those ones haven't hit. And then the 2 that I gave out at 10-1 or higher, those have been the ones that have hit so far, which is kind of funny. But the shot props went really well yesterday. Those were sweat free. But I will admit, you got to be lucky to be good and to hit some of these same gamers or the prop parlays, whatever we're calling them. And it was an empty net goal assist for Logan Cooley that cashed our ticket. But guys, again, we're sprinkling on these. We're sprinkling on these every single time. And all we got to do is hit maybe 1 a week, 2 a week as a bonus, especially with a price like this one. So we got a handful of legs in this parlay. Kadri to get a point. Farabee to get a point. Those 2 guys playing on the same line, of course. Hudson to get an assist. He's done very well against Dallas. Suzuki to get 1 point. I feel like the captain will step up after they got destroyed against the LA Kings. Batherson, 2+ shots on goal tonight against the Boston Bruins. Bruins actually giving up some of the most shots on goal in the entire league. And Shane Pinto parlay at least 1+ point. As Pinto just signed a deal today, Carm, and maybe he'll celebrate by signing that deal and get some points for his team to prove why he deserved that contract. So plus 1354, guys. And of course, you can see the top right corner at McGinnis Picks. I'm always tweeting these out. I'm tweeting out props. I'm tweeting out live plays, but I like this one quite a bit. So let's go back to back. Kadri, Farabee, Hudson, Suzuki, Batherson, and Pinto. We got a comment from Steve asking about straight bets for some of these. The only thing is that some of these are alternative numbers, right? So the Batherson one with 2+ shots on goal, his regular number is 3. I don't want anybody laying minus 220, Carm, on a single prop bet. That's why it's in the parlay. But hey, the Lane Hudson assist, the Farabee prop, all that stuff with the ones that are good prices, help yourself. Go ahead and definitely take those straight if you'd like to. But these are more of a little sprinkle on these parlays, and we'll try and make some money. If you guys notice, we're always trying to match the lines, and we're always trying to get some head-to-head data and all that good stuff. So, iMonkey, we are not looking at minus 220, 220 player props. But let's keep it going, guys. Let's go back to back. Carm, you have a bankroll play. It's in a game that I featured actually in my prop parlay. So hopefully we both have success in that game. But what do you have for us for today's pod play?
Yeah, I like the odds on that ticket, plus 1354. That's also Dan Alexander. He has one of those Amex. What are those black ones called? The ones that have like no set spending limit. That's his PIN number for that card.
1354.
Amex
okay.
Black or whatever. Dan, you there?
We're giving
Pretty
away
sure
Dan-
credit cards don't have pins, Carm, but nice try. Nice try.
Oh, they do in Canada. That's actually, I always forget about that stuff. With,
Yeah, in the
America.
U.S., it's a lot easier to steal somebody's identity in the U.S. You know, you get the credit card, you get the ID, and you don't need no pin.
Dan, I gotta say, since you're on here and you mentioned that, and I know that people that go from America go to Canada, there's gonna be things that piss them off. Nothing that makes me more mad when I'm at a bar in the States and I have to sign a paper every time I buy something. Every time I'm at a bar, I don't want to. Every time I buy a drink, I don't want to sign a paper. So I
just tell them to keep the tab open. You don't have to do that.
That's what I do, but I'm not usually a tab guy always. But every single time I buy a drink, I don't want to sign something.
Yeah,
that's
I got
our card. I can pay with my phone at
bars. That's why I just have Carm buy all my drinks. And I just say, all right, Carm's got this one, all good.
I gave Dan and Andy Lang 150 drink tickets at the.
They never stood a chance,
book,
Carm.
At the Westgate.
They never stood a chance.
They never stood a chance.
Well, here's the thing that I didn't get.
I come back and all the drink tickets are gone.
Here's the thing that I didn't get, Carm, is you would be like, oh yeah, you just go up there and you place a bet at the sports book, and then you can ask them for drink tickets, and then I would go up there, I bet the same amount that Carm would bet, and then they would hand me a drink ticket. Carm would go up, make a bet, they give him like 50. It was preferential treatment, Carm. There was preferential treatment going on.
I'm not gonna lie, it was. The couple guys that work there at Westgate do like me. They watch the show, so kudos to them. I won't.
I think it was something about the hair. I think they were like, "Well, Carm doesn't have any. We got to give him drink tickets. Stan has a great head of hair.
I got to get my makeup person to get that shine off my dome." But with that said, Dan, before I get into my pod play that everyone is waiting for. I got to tell you a story, guys, real quick. This is the funniest thing I have ever. If you're a Seinfeld fan, this sounds remotely familiar to Seinfeld, an episode. A guy here north of the border, and probably about like 30 minutes from where I live, steals a bus filled with passengers. Yes, a bus filled with passengers, because the driver stopped to get a drink or something, take a quick break, gets off the bus, closes the door. This guy enters the bus, steals the bus, and continues to make all of the stops when people were ringing the bell, and he's letting them out. Then some guy tries to get on the bus with an expired pass, and he refuses to let him on and makes him pay the cash fare. This is a guy who eventually they caught up to the bus and they arrested him. Can you imagine? This guy steals a bus, makes all the stops, refuses to let a guy on because his pass is expired. Only in Canada would that happen.
I couldn't believe that. I saw that headline too. He steals the bus, but still picks people up. That's priceless. He's like, yeah, I'm going to steal this bus, but I'm going to still do my job. I'm going to still do the job of the bus. You got to love that. You got to love that.
All right. With that, okay.
I think Dan's hair might be worse than Brian's hair today. Whoa. Hey, you know, guys, there's a reason why Dan has a black screen right now, right? I don't know if Dan's done the full
I'm the man of mystery today. I'm the man of mystery. It's early morning here in Southern California.
Yeah,
he's in solitary confinement. They give him the stuff to run the show, but they don't give him any light. So that's just goes to show he is.
I swear, people don't like Dan saying, "Oh, doesn't want anyone to see him." I have no idea what bedhead or what he's dealing with, but I don't know if anybody else can relate to this, and I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but I don't mean to do this on purpose. My girlfriend always says if she says something like, "Oh, I like that shirt," then we're about to go out somewhere. She's like, "You changed." Or if she says to me, "Oh, I like that you have long hair. I went and got a haircut the next day." She's like, "I swear to God, I don't know what the point of me saying I like what you have going with something, because I just it's almost like I don't even want the compliment." And when I look at Dan's hair and I think about how long he grew that hair, I don't know that I'd be able to have it in me to grow my hair for like longer than like a month. Like I think I have hair too long right now. Like usually I'm getting a haircut. And so I'm dealing with it right now. Like I literally yesterday, my girlfriend was like, "I got a haircut." I'm like, I don't know.
I'm going to talk about my pod play now. My pod play loses, I will shave my head. All right. RJ, God bless you, man. All right, guys, this is pretty much a hold your nose play. You guys are going to be like, what the hell was Carmine smoking last night when he came up with this? I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. And I don't drink hard alcohol. It's beer and wine for me. Yes, it's the Calgary Flames, -1.5, +160. This is an eye test one for me. The Flames looked really good, I thought, against the St. Louis Blues in that game before eventually losing 3-2. Yes, they came on the losing end. And the Sharks are a little overvalued right now, just the way that they're playing, because they're winning some games. But their trips to Calgary have not ended well for this team. The last 12 games between these two teams, Calgary is 11-1 against the Sharks. 8 of those 11 wins have been by 2 or more goals. I get it. It's hard enough getting Calgary to win, but to win by 2 goals, I say it's possible. -1.5, +130, 200 to win, 320 profit. Add to that bankroll and get Dan and I to the Super Bowl. That is the pod play today.
Carm, the Flames are having trouble winning games as it is. They're having trouble winning games in general right now. You're asking them to do you a big favor. That's a tough task. That's a tough task.
I've put in a call to a couple of my friends that are in Calgary or in Alberta. Joe Madden, who does a fantastic show hosting, and she'll be hosting Last Call tonight. You'll be on talking some player props in the football game. And then, of course, we have a lot of guys. We have some people in our chat who are from that area, but former TSN analyst, and now she does the Calgary games and the Calgary football games, Natasha Senikowski. I'm just going to get them to show this clip to the Flames and say, "Flame on, we need a victory tonight by 2 or more goals."
I'm up for it. Carm. Speaking of which, I'm also up for at least 2 best bets in the NHL tonight. Not a bad slate. I really liked Wednesday and we cashed that 5% play, but at least 2 plays for me up and available. WT.buzz/AM. Also, NFL player prop, 11-2 NFL player prop run for me. If you want some free plays, as you mentioned, check out Last Call. And if you want some free plays in the NHL, well, hopefully you just watch this whole show and you got some. But if you want more, you can go to my X. I'm always tweeting out plays that I like, of course, as well as that same game parlay or prop parlay that we are doing every single day. So look forward to a great day in the NHL. Let's try and keep the momentum train going, hoping to build off that 5% winner last night. And thank you to all of you guys that joined. One last thing I wanted to mention, Carm, because I think it's the best deal. I tried to tell people yesterday that were buying the 5% play. I tried to encourage people, instead of buying that 5% play, to jump on board. This is the best deal. Sorry, Dan, for messing that up. But 10 days of picks for less than $10 per day. This is a great way to go. Right now, the 5% play yesterday was $35. All right, $99, 10 days of picks. That's any college basketball, any NFL, any NHL, my Great Cup best bet in the CFL, every single thing I release, and that works for Carmine as well. So that's it for me, Carm. I had to mention that. I really don't think that buying individual plays is the move. Using the packages and specials that Wagertalk has, like that one, that's the way to go. So that's all I've got for you, man. That's all I've got for you. Close things out, Carm.
Yeah. For me, 2 plays up this afternoon in World Cup qualifying. These are the last 4 days of qualifying for next year's World Cup. And then some of the second place teams in Europe will have to go through a playoff. Italy's going to be one of them. They very well may miss the World Cup again for the 3rd straight World Cup, but hopefully they don't. A couple plays up, actually 3 plays up in the NHL for me tonight as well too. So maybe the 1 day all access, or grab this this great package, 10 days for $99. And that's a good one because I have a 5% play I'll be loading today up for NFL football. Really like this play, of course, and that's why it's a 5% play. 3-0 this month with 5% releases, including our last NFL play, which was a winner as well too. For someone who asked, am I betting the Canada game tonight? They're playing Ecuador, and I think Ecuador is bringing their best team, who finished 2nd in qualifying behind Argentina. This team has a stringy defense and plays extremely well. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise anybody if the game finished 0-0 or 1-1. Ecuador played 9 away games in qualifying in South America, and there was a total of 6 goals scored in all 9 games. A total of 6 goals scored. That tells you this team plays defense first. So I'm not expecting a goal fest tonight. Probably under 2.5, but I think it'll be juiced. But that's it for me, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same bad channel, the 6 and 60. Let's see if we can go 6-0 for myself, Andrew McInnes, and Brian Leonard. This is Puck Time. Thanks for watching.
Wager Talk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk. The lineup is loaded today. Yanni's going to join us. Drop the Steam report. Joe Neri is going to join us. Preview Jets, Patriots on Thursday Night Football, along with a preview of the Raptors and Cavaliers. He's on fire in NBA. And then we'll close out with the same game parlay on Thursday Night Football. Of course, we got some free plays for you in all around the world. Don't forget, the Blitz is coming up right after this show. Brian Power and the gang are going to get you ready for the college football weekend. Let's get started. Everyone in the chat, please hit the like button, algorithm boost time. And let's bring in Yanni, and we will start talking about what we've seen, some line moves, sharp moves in this Thursday night game. Happy Thursday, Yanni. How are you?
Never better, brother. Coming off another 2-0 sweep in college football. Now 4-0 in college football for week 12. Told you, I'm coming off a losing week last week. Tell you when I win, tell you when I lose. 10 of 12 weeks I've won in college football. Last week was one of the losing weeks. We always bounce back, and that's exactly what's happening. Perfect 4-0 so far in college football. I was going to 5% it because I like Saturday's board that much, and I found 2 plays that qualify. But I say, you know what? Keep it at $29. Give them all the 4%, just all the strongest plays in there all together. So excited about that. I don't have anything in tonight's college football. Here's what I can tell you. Gun the head. I have to bet this game. I'm on Old Dominion, and I'm laying double digits. I think they blow Troy out of the water, and I like the game over as well. Problem is, line's moving against me in both directions, and I really don't have the conviction to fade it. I don't have any real reason to fade that move that I'm seeing. My power rating suggests, these teams are barely in the top 90. They're very comparable, even though they're at 6-3. Real weak strength of schedule. Troy's got like the 115th toughest strength of schedule. Old Dominion's got like the 80th toughest strength of schedule. So obviously give the edge to Old Dominion there. I also like that they're a little more balanced. Both edge in offense, both edge in defense with the tougher schedule. So they have a better efficiency offensively, better efficiency defensively, and they've had the tougher strength of schedule. They're obviously the much better team, factor in home field advantage, and I think they get the job done. Problem is, line's a little bit too high at about 10.5. I was hoping to get it under that number, under 10. I probably would have gotten involved, but where it sits now, I'll have to sit it out. Jets and New England. Let's get to the NFL. Have a package up there as well. Couple plays already released. I like New England. The problem is it's too late. Like now it's either Jets or pass. And here's why. Because I could have got down at 10.5. Could have got down at 11, 11.5, 12, 12.5. What was I waiting for? Why lay 13 today? I'm obviously not getting the best of it, right? I'm not going to get a ton of closing line value unless this one closes above 14, which I doubt's going to happen. So I have one choice. Do I like the Jets or nothing at all? And when I look at the Jets, not all that much to like in this matchup. Power rating wise, they're at the bottom 3 or 4 teams in my power ratings. They've had an easy strength of schedule. In fact, only 4 teams had an easier strength of schedule than the Jets. And yet they are in the bottom 5 offensively and the bottom 5 defensively as far as efficiency goes. I look at New England. The reason wise guys haven't been steaming New England during this nice hot streak, obvious strength of schedule. They've had the easiest schedule in all of the NFL, and yet they haven't even cracked the top 15 offensively. They're right there, about 15th or 16th spot. Defensively, they're right there, about 15th spot. So they're an average team with the easiest schedule, but somehow they keep winning football games. Why? Because they have a quarterback with a passing success rate that's pretty much top 5 in the league and continues to get it done. Somehow this New England team keeps winning. Again, their box score isn't impressive. That's why you're not seeing wise guys riding them throughout this run. But rest assured, they got out ahead on this game, and that's why now it's a Jets or pass. So for me, it's a pass because I like the New England side. As far as the total goes, another situation where if you like the under, it's too late. Could have got 44, could have got 43.5, could have got 43. Now you're taking the absolute worst of it. So you have 2 options. Do I go Jets and over, or do I leave it alone? Personally, I say leave it alone. I do lean over because I think this total's been over adjusted, but based on the recency bias, both teams coming in having scored points, the trend just isn't there. So for me, when I don't feel that I have big edges, just sit back. We have nothing but a board to pick against. We have NBA, college basketball, NHL, football tomorrow, football the next day, football the next day. You see where I'm going with this. Wait to place good bets. And if the line's gotten away from you, it probably isn't a good bet. So it's a pass for me in the NFL. It's a pass for me in college football. And we move on to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday football action, where there is plenty of value on the board.
Gianni, we need a name for when there was a really obvious bet on the board and like somehow I got too cute and talked myself out of it, and then it just ends up being the most obvious play. Yep. And you're sitting there going, "What was I thinking?" I'm referring to Northern Illinois against UMass last night. What? I sat there and stared at that game, called like, "Hey, should we do anything that we were gonna?" Northern Illinois spread, Northern Illinois team total over, UMass team total under, and then what did we play? Nothing.
That's the worst feeling because it's like it's worse than losing because you're like, I didn't even fire. It's almost seriously because at least then you're like, my opinion was wrong. I paid the price for it. But here you're like, there was money on the ground and I was just too lazy to bend over and pick it up. And that the next day is an awful feeling. Believe me, been there, done that. Just got to let it go and look at the bright side. You were on the right side. That's how you got to take it. Because that scared me. I was on the same side, and I only gave it as a 3% play when I wanted to upgrade it. But the line move scared me a little bit. The volume it was just one of those that turned me off as well. And I've learned one lesson in my life out here in Las Vegas, that the times that I'm running up to the window, ready to look on the ground for an extra $1 to bet on a game, those usually are the toughest to cash. The ones that I'm afraid to get to the window, that I'm trying to talk myself out of it, those usually end up winning the easiest. Like, it's like your intuition's telling you do this, but you're afraid to do it. And the scary bets end up cashing the easiest more times than not.
Yeah, I didn't even bet it small. Nothing. Not one thing on the worst college football team. Ralph Michaels said this is the worst college football team he has power rated in his life.
Yeah,
and we're just sitting there with an obvious line, didn't play it. All right, let's talk about some things that we can play. So we got some movement in basketball and hockey tonight.
Indeed. I'll go quickly because we got 2 NBA games that got hit. Cleveland side in total. Cleveland minus 6, 6.5, and 7. So they like the Cleveland side in the under 240. And then Indiana Phoenix going against the public, which is betting this game under, actually. They went over 230 all the way to 232 Indiana Phoenix. So it's Cleveland and the under, and then over in the Indiana Phoenix game. Real quickly, college basketball. Not a lot yet, but here's what we did get down on. 746 West Virginia, 5.5 and 6. I bet that as well. San Jose State, 747. At plus 25.5, 25, and 24.5. That first got dummied up on the Michigan State side. And then once limits opened up and the off screens opened up, that's when you saw the San Jose State money come in. That's a 3% for me to my subscribers. There you go. Free premium play there on San Jose State. Don't want that line move to scare you. Win or lose, we are on the sharp side. And then Purdue, Alabama over 172 to 174.5. And finally, St. Thomas minus 12. 13 and under 154.5 for you extra game or extra board fans. Grambling flipped the favorite from +1 to -1. They laid both. And in the NHL, LA Kings minus 125 and 30, Montreal minus 110, and Calgary minus 155. So that's the Kings, Canadians, and the Flames in the NHL. So we got action everywhere today.
I love it, man. I love it. Props keep hitting in NBA. Props keep hitting in NHL. Props keep hitting all over the place. We'll talk about some more props. Gianni, you want to let's talk a little UFC. We won't have time to do that tomorrow. Yes, so, we have a potential staph infection for Chepe. I saw that floating around. He looks ripped and shredded, but then he's got this gigantic sore on his wrist. It's like, oh no, here we go. Any interesting line move? I mean, Susurkayev now minus over 1,000. Nothing you can do it there. Any other line moves that kind of have your interest?
I'm on Sabatini. I bet Sabatini. Do I feel a little better seeing that with Chepe? Yeah. Chepe's a tough matchup for him. He is. But if Sabatini's able to do Sabatini things, he's got that clear path to victory. The problem is every round starts standing. And if Chepe's able to start picking him apart, the takedown gets harder and harder, and him implementing his game gets harder and harder. I would have liked him at the plus money opener, but I understand why he's the favorite. I think he's the rightful favorite, strength of schedule wise and experience wise. I think he does win this fight 6 out of 10 times. So I do think it's priced about right. But yeah, it worries me because Chepe is just a tough matchup for him. Real quickly, who else? Oh, Dariush. I want your opinion here because BSD is now all of a sudden changed that style. He's telling us he's not going to be reckless anymore. He's going in with caution. He's still going to be that action fighter, as he's saying, but he's not going to be reckless. He's coming off biggest win in his career, at least market-wise, beating the fighting nerd of Mauricio Hufi, or Ruffy to us Americans, who had been perfect since the Contender Series. 2 out of 3 fights got performance bonuses, ready to make that next step, and gets the loss to BSD. I think he's a little bit overvalued here coming in against a Dariush, who I thought his career was done. Like, he beat Gamrot, which was so impressive, but then he loses to Oliveira. He loses to Sarukian by knockout, first-round knockouts back-to-back. You're like, okay, it's finally here. The age is there. Dariush has looked old since his first fight in the UFC. He's just that guy who looks like he's 50 when he was 15 years old. And he's awkward. He always looks uncoordinated. It's just his style. But I just think this is like closer to a coin flip than BSD now being that favorite. Because let's not forget, he was a huge dog in the fight that he just came off his biggest win. Now that flips, and he's now in the favorite's role against a dangerous Dariush. Again, if there's anything left in the tank, I think it's dog or pass. What do you think of that fight?
So St. Denis came out and a couple fights ago and said he really didn't even have a coach or a schedule. He was just kind of winging it, and he's gotten back on track now that he has some organization. I don't put anything in that win against Moicano. Moicano's shoulder is bad. He needs surgery. He's open. He's just taking fights to cash money until he goes and gets that shoulder surgery because he's going to be out for a very, very long time. I hate this line move. I'm not laying minus 180 on it because St. Denis can always gas, but it would be St. Denis or nothing. But you missed the best number. You're not playing it now at that minus 180.
The other one, because I don't want to let you go, I got to hear your opinion. Edwards Pratis, because I saw a line move to the Edwards side yesterday as I was doing my UFC podcast. I saw the line get hit at 2 spots that I pay attention to, and I was like, "Am I just reading this way off?" I actually feel like I'm on the square side because I like Pratis. I just think Edwards' best years are behind him, and I think he's going to turn into the wrestler here against Pratis. He's going to be forced to with that reach advantage and that power, and eventually, once you get past the first round, the takedown gets harder and harder, and if Edwards don't get him out of there, I think it's going to be the opposite. Pratis gets him out of there. But am I reading it wrong?
One of my favorite angles is fading the older fighters that reach their apex and have come down. And Edwards reached his apex and he started to come down. When he watches fights, his corner literally has to yell at him, "Wake up, wake up. You're fighting for your life. Wake up. Like, we need to finish." And like he doesn't look too interested. It's a lot of miles in this body, and you can poke real holes in his wins. It's Pratis, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is some line manipulation and Pratis gets hit hard and he's going to close it over minus 200. I don't see a world in which Edwards comes out motivated enough to get Pratis out of there. Pratis does have some takedown defense. It's not like a lock that he's terrible.
That's what I said. I thought that loss was actually good. He went 3 rounds.
It's perfect for him.
Like, if it wasn't for the smoking and the partying, like, who knows what? I thought the Machado loss was actually a benefit to him. Had to go 3 hard rounds against a guy that didn't want to fight. You know what I mean? And was like using his game plan perfectly. Gary did what he was supposed to do. But I bet him yesterday. I'll tell you now, I sent him out to subscribers too. When I saw that line move drop lower, I'm like, I'm betting him now. It's wise guys, schmize guys. I'm fading the steam.
He's the only fighter in UFC that celebrates a win with a cigarette right after the fight. It's hilarious. It's so
and
great.
it's not phony. That's what I like. I actually first thought it's a gimmick, like trying to look cooler than you are, but it's not. That's just who the dude is.
Pack a day. Professional UFC fighter, pack a day. Unbelievable. Speaking of packs, what pack do you have up at WagerTalk? How's that for a segue?
I love it. We are professionals. We're ready to go. There's a big NBA board, and I've been doing really good in the NBA, being selected 5-2 the last 7 plays, 71%. And I isolated the strongest bet on the NBA board, where I saw multiple groups on the same side, and I already had that one circled. So I'm not even hunting deeper. One big bet in the NBA, that's a 4%. And then we got volume in college basketball, not a ton, but 5 plays in college basketball, or 4 plays. So I put a little 5-pack together with NBA and college basketball. But for those that want that one big bet, the NBA is a solo by itself as well, standalone. I also have my college football, forgive me, package up for Saturday's action, loaded with 4% already. UFC with a 5% loaded already. Sunday NFL loaded with a couple 4%. Big weekend. Jump on board and let's do some damage. I'm excited, as you can tell. Cash weekend. Cash bets at the window. It's that kind of weekend. So whether you follow or fade, I hope you do some damage. A&M. A&M. Listen, bro, I keep it real. I have to address this. Please give me a second. I just tell you what my power ratings reflect. I have no bias at all. I don't care about the teams. I look at the numbers, cover the names for all I care. Slowly but surely, I have had to improve the power rating of Texas A&M, but they're still overvalued. They're still overranked. They're now in my top 10. They just cracked my top 10, but they are not the number 2, 3, 4 team in the country. That much I promise you. Will that happen between now and the end of the season? I don't know. The math will tell us. But as of right now, they are still overvalued. They're still ranked higher than they should be, and they're still on the fade list if overpriced. That's just the bottom line. So far, the power ratings have proven to be on the right side more than the wrong side, but not going to be 100%. Time's going to tell. I still think they're overvalued.
All right.
Best of
A&M,
luck.
not a fraud. Come on, not a fraud. All right, Gianni, can't wait to see you tomorrow for Football Friday. We're going to get everybody revved and ready to go for the huge weekend of sports. We got a lot of things that are up. Nice 2-in-1 night in the NBA last night for myself and for clients. We got NBA and NHL pack that is up right now. We got a 1 play in each. We're 17 units in the profit in the month of November, so go grab that. We also have our 5% UFC best bet that's up. We're off of 4 straight UFC winners, and we've got our NFL Week 11 props pack that is up. That's on the page, wt.buzz/AL. We are in play tonight, 7-2 on Thursday night games, so we've been seeing the Thursday night card. We only have 1 play in that, so a lot going on. NBA and NHL props that are up. We've got our 5% UFC best bet that is up, and we have our NFL Week 11 props that are up. Let's bring in Joe Ranieri. Joe, you got some games to break down, but I have to get our LSU update. I see they're now arguing over whether or not Brian Kelly was actually fired. It's just, it's the gift that keeps on giving. What's the update now? They're arguing about the buyout. They're arguing about a missed deadline from Brian Kelly.
They're trying to weasel their way out of actually paying him the 50 some odd $1 million that they owe him. He didn't want to be fired. I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to get himself out of there. It was just a terrible deal all the way around, but it wasn't any worse than Jimbo Fisher's deal, which was absolutely horrific as well. So, it's in writing. You got to pay him. They're trying to come up with reasons to fire him for cause. They offered him if you're Brian Kelly, would you take less money? Andy, exactly. Because you're going to, all right, I know you guys wanted to get rid of me, so I'll take $30 million instead of $50 million. What the hell are you talking about? Pay the guy, you fired him, pay him what's in the contract and move on. It's not the last bad contract in college football we're going to see. And this is what happens when you allow governors to get involved in what happens with football programs in state schools.
We're fired with cause. Well,
what cause?
What cause? That he lost a few games? What was the cause?
Unreal.
That he didn't go for it on 4th down? I don't think that'll hold up. So.
Can't make it up. The only thing worse than that, Andy, is the NCAA stepping in and vacating 14 wins from Michigan State as if, wow. I mean, nothing says, whoo. I hope Michigan State can recover from the 14 wins that apparently never happened over the last 4 years. Like, what? NCAA should just go away. They should just all go away. Never say you've got a backup right tackle making six figures in NIL money, and you're vacating wins as if because somebody bought a hotel room 4 years ago. Like, what are you doing? It's just totally over the top. It really
that
is.
was one of the most laughable stories I saw. Just out of nowhere, we're going to vacate Michigan State.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
not a
never
national
happened.
champion, not a big scandal. Just I saw like
Right.
what that coach now has 0 wins officially, like on his
Or
record.
Jonathan Smith. Like, I mean, he comes in after, which Mel Tucker would have been the ultimate, $95 million, except he couldn't keep it in his pants, apparently. And that was the end of that. And he wiped away $95 million. Otherwise, they'd be paying Mel Tucker until the year 2300. It's absolutely out of control what happens in college football. Absolutely crazy.
So funny. All right. Well, speaking of funny, the Jets are playing tonight. The Jets and the Pats. We talked about last week. The Jetsiest thing ever would be for them to trade their picks and then immediately win a game to ruin their draft position. So we got books aren't playing around. Neither is the betting markets here. New England opened 10.5. This thing's up to 13. Over under 43. Short week for both teams. I looked at the weather. It's going to be a little nippy, but there's no rain, snow, no wind. So it looks like we'll have fine conditions. What's your take on this game?
Well, let's start with this because I just did the show, the best betting show ever with Art. And collectively, we can't figure out who the quarterback is tonight for the Jets. Does anybody have any idea? Because Aaron Glenn is playing like peekaboo right now. Like, don't want to give away any secrets. Like, what the hell difference does it make if it's Tyrod Taylor or if it's Justin Fields? They both suck, Andy. They can't. Can you even get a prop on a Jet quarterback right now? Are you seeing anywhere?
Yes, you can take the under, and you're going to laugh at this. I have never seen a number this low. Under
12?
133 yards passing for Justin Fields. That's the whole game. That's not first half. That's the full game, 133 yards. And guess what? I'm not taking the over. No way. So that's where the props are.
No, it's so bad on so many different levels. It's not even funny. But I do think there is one angle here tonight. I can't tell you. I mean, I don't know if the special teams to score a touchdown. Yes, I guess, because where the hell else are the points coming from? The Jets are bad on so many different levels, but the Patriots are very good on one level. And I hate this line because this is exactly the kind of game, Andy, where the entire world's like, they almost used the L word. Oh, it's a lock, and there's no way. There's absolutely no way the Patriots don't blow. Well, guess what? Yeah, they said the same crap about Buffalo last weekend in Miami, and look at how well that worked out. This, to me, is So the only way I would look at this in a division rivalry on a short week, which I think levels the playing field more than its advantage for New England. But New England right now is the number one team in the NFL, Andy, covering the first half line. And it makes total sense to me because you've got one of the best OCs with Drake May there. When the scripted portion of the game is underway, nobody is better right now. And they are absolutely boat racing teams. They are the only team, I believe, in the NFL, Andy, that has actually led into halftime in every game. So I think that line is still 7.5, somewhere in that ballpark there. Listen, could we see 14-3 at the break? Absolutely. The only way I would look at this is back to Patriots. The worst team against the number in the first half, the New York Jets. So when you have that kind of dichotomy between these two teams, I believe the Patriots will have a lead probably by double digits at the break. So I would only look to back them in the first half because good luck trying to figure out what you're going to get in the second half of this one.
Yeah, we're lockstep. I'm doing a same game parlay at the end of the show, and I have a Patriots first half prop as well. So we're locked and loaded on that one. All right, we have the Raptors and the Cavs. Cavs coming off of back-to-back, really nice win last night for Cleveland. Raptors, I really haven't followed too much, but this Cleveland team's been pretty open about resting guys and not playing, their players because they went way too hard in the regular season last year, and they got to win with resting their guys. Now all their guys are going to be back. That's why you're seeing this -7.5 over under 238. How do you break down Raptors and Cavs tonight?
Well, I watched both of these. I mean, this is the third game in 4 nights here for the Cavs. They just played 2 here in Miami against the Heat. That game the other night in overtime might have been one of the best basketball games I've watched in a very, very long time, with a 0.4-second alley-oop win by the Miami Heat in overtime. They might have scored 300 points in that game, Andy, if they actually went to a second overtime. It was hilarious. So what did they do last night? Well, they sit Donovan Mitchell, they sit Evan Mobley, they sit Darius Garland, and, well, they end up winning and dropping another 130 points in that game last night. So now they're going to take on a Raptors team that has been – this is not an easy out for anybody. Toronto has been very, very good. They started off the year a little shaky, but Brandon Ingram has been an absolute monster for them here. This is a team that is not going to go quietly into the night. Not to mention, they already played an NBA Cup game against one another, and the Raptors won that game there, the first go-around. It feels like this is going to be a nice back and forth. I know this line opened up before the Miami Heat game last night with Cleveland at 5.5. Woke up this morning, it was 7.5. And that's kind of where it sits right now. And I get it. Mitchell's going to play. Mobley's going to play. Garland may or may not play. But I still think 7.5 is a lot of points for a team that's really starting to come in their own here in Toronto. And again, third game in 4 nights, not ideal here for the Cavs. I like the Raptors plus the points if I was going to go anywhere in this one. But they're dropping 130 points a game like it's nobody's business, this Cavs team. I don't know how sustainable that is when you play against a good defensive team, which they're going to be going up against in the Raptors here tonight.
I really like this Cavs team. I've watched them. We have it over on their season win total, which I'm a touch concerned about. I still think we got a great number, but their bench is really good. That Lonzo Ball is all of a sudden playing.
He played
really
great
good
last night. Yep.
It was great. That Sam Merrill is really good from behind the three. So it's a really good Cavs team. I like them a lot. You've had a great start to the NBA season. Congratulations to you on that. Tell everyone what you have up at WagerTalk.
Number one, NBA and college basketball, crushing it in college basketball as well here. I think combined, I'm already up NBA and college basketball over 63 units to start the season. So things are going well. Got a locked and loaded on a couple of college basketball games here tonight. It's a lighter slate. And I think I'm going to pass on the NBA tonight, but we are locked and loaded in college football. And I've already got one game that is circled and ready to roll in the NFL. So you can grab all of that over at wagertalk.com.
All right, Joe Ranieri, awesome job. I can't wait for our weekly LSU update. It's the story that won't go away. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Joe Ranieri, awesome job. Joe Ranieri's got crushing it in college and pro basketball. You can get all his plays over at wagertalk.com. All right, Dan is with us. Dan's producing another show on Wednesday, so we didn't get to come back to this movie situation that we talked about on Tuesday. It was naming a movie that's bad, but that we just absolutely love. And I said that's the Philadelphia Eagles. They're not very good, and yet I can't help but watch them. And so we landed on Tango and Cash. Yeah, so we landed on Tango and Cash because you can call them the Philadelphia Tango and Cashes, which just covers everything. So here you are. This is the official Philadelphia Tango and Cashes, complete with logo. It's not bad. It's not bad. Probably
I would watch it
on the edges.
That looks like me. What about like 7 and 2? I would rate that movie. 7 out of 10. 2 points maybe off a little bit. It's a good looking. It is funny having Stallone though. There is Sirianni. That feels very fitting. I feel like when there is eventually a movie made about the Eagles, Stallone would be a good one to tab for Nick Sirianni.
the owner, maybe. Yeah, something just very, very Philadelphia. And what's funny is he did play the straight edge like guy in that movie. Like, so it does kind of fit that he would be the head coach.
Apropos, the Tango and Cashes.
I mean, Kurt Russell as your quarterback. It seems like
You could do worse.
There you are.
You could do worse. All I want to know is, can they arrest Patullo? Can they arrest the offensive coordinator and then move on with our lives? That would be ideal. That would be the best way to do it.
All right, Philadelphia Tango and Cashes. All right, let's do all around the world. Let's give out some free plays here. We've got a college football play. We got NHL. And we've got NBA, and this first play is not available on all the books, but it's available on BetMGM, Bet Online. So you can take Yusuf Nurkic under, basically did not make a three. It's under 0.5 made threes. I think I talked about this one. He's gone under in 8 out of 11 games, and he's now shooting 10.5% from threes. And finally, last game, he didn't attempt any. I think they finally got in his ear, and they was like, stop shooting. You're hitting 10% of your 3-point shots. Stop shooting the ball. You're a center. Repeat, you're a center. Stop shooting the ball from 3. And we're still getting this prop at a really good number. So I'm taking Nurkic not to make a 3. Going to the NHL, Red Wings and Ducks. Let's take a goalie prop. John Gibson over 23.5 saves. He's gone over in 2 out of 3 games, but here's the thing. He's facing the Ducks, who fire the puck a lot, 30.5 shot attempts per game, and he played the Ducks earlier this season. He had 27. This line feels a little bit off going up against the Ducks, who are one of the best teams at firing the puck on goal, and when he cleared this number by 4. So let's take the John Gibson today to go over his saves. And then on the free picks page over at Wagertalk, James Madison, Appalachian State. Drew Martin likes James Madison to absolutely drop the hammer. James Madison wins at home by an average of 28 points this season, and Appalachian State fallen off immensely. They've dropped 3 straight. They haven't beaten a team with more than 2 wins. James Madison looking for a Sun Belt Conference title, looking for style points as well. Smells like a blowout. So those are your free picks. Mark, do you think they whispered? It would. No, my guess is it was pretty more direct. It was more like, what are you doing? You're 7 feet tall. Get under the basket and rebound. Stop shooting the ball. You shoot it one more time, your ass is coming out of the game. I think that's more of a little bit of what's going on with it. So let's do a same game parlay here. We got a same game parlay in the Jets, in the Patriots, and we're going Drake May under 0.5 interceptions. So Drake May not have an interception. Crazy stat. How many interceptions do the Jets have this season? The answer is 0. They still don't have an interception. Only team to not have an interception. This has been a fantastic prop. The quarterback playing against the Jets has been money to not have an interception. So we're going to take Drake May under 0.5 interceptions. And Joe talked about this with Patriots first to 15 points. The Jets score 8 points average in the first half, and that includes 2 defensive special teams touchdowns last week. So they're pretty much below 7 points. So I like the Patriots gets 15 points. And then DeMario Douglas, 2+ receptions. That gets us to plus 162. Without Keyshawn Boutte, he had 2 last week, and he has gone over this in 5 out of the last 6 weeks. So there's your same game parlay. We're not swinging for the fences on this game. Just try and snag a nice plus 162 on the same game parlay. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us again. NBA NHL pack is up. We're up 17 units just on props in November. This is how we build bankrolls. We've added 17% to clients' bankrolls. We still have that 7-day special. You want to partner up with us. It's the best way to do it. You get 7 days of NBA and NHL props, all of them, and we've got 2 of them going tonight. We've got our NFL best bet that goes off tonight. It's a prop, and if you want that, it's $15. Don't do that, though. Add $4 and you get the rest of the week included. So it's over at the specials page, wt.buzz/AL. And huge UFC card. We have a 5% best bet that's going on, and we have not 1 but 2 more plays added onto that. So that's a 3-pack now. capped off with a 5% best bet. Looking forward to a huge weekend. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. Tomorrow, it's Football Friday. Buckle up. We got a huge show planned for everybody. Marco's going to be joining us. Teddy's going to be joining us. Yanni's going to be joining us. And Dan and I are going to be giving out our super contest picks. And Dan, I'm guessing no play in tonight's game. I want nothing to do with tonight's game. Not going to make the card.
It's terrible. It's even hard, and I'm glad that stat. I'll probably go with that Drake May interception prop, because even like all of the good props tonight have even like started to get bet. One that I'm eyeing, Andy, that I'll play tonight, just because it's such great plus money. It's like 9-1, something like that. Jack Westover, the fullback for the Patriots. He's a guy who at least is on the field. They actually utilize a fullback. And there will be a point this season where he scores a touchdown. And every week his odds to score a touchdown have dropped down lower. So if you want to do a tinfoil hat, he was 2,500 last week, Andy. He's 900 this week. So I'm going Jack Westover anytime touchdown. It's 9-1. Why not?
As long as you're getting
money.
As long as you're getting 9-1, that's good to play for the rest of the season. You just need one.
Yeah.
Then you get one tonight. You're done with it.
And they will use him at some point. And what's a good time to use him? Maybe a time that there's been, banged up players up front. There's been this is kind of a game where they just want to get the win and get out. You know what I mean? A lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's a trap game. It's a trap game." They have the Bengals next week. This isn't a trap game. You know what I mean? It's a divisional game. And the Patriots haven't had to play anyone good outside of the Bills and the Bucs so far anyways. So there isn't a trap game for this team. If they had the Ravens next week, sure, we could talk me into a trap. But yeah, I think this is a get a win, get out of here. Why not use some guys that maybe you haven't been using? You're not going to have Ramondre Stevenson as he's kind of the more power back to the shake and sizzle that Travion Henderson has. So Jack Westover, 9-1, anytime touchdown, Andy.
I keep forgetting how bad the Patriots' schedule is. Like every time you're playing a bad team, it's like next week they're playing a worse team. Yeah. So for it to be a trap game, there has to be an actual trap.
There has to be an actual trap. They have to actually play a good team, and they finally did last week. Congrats, they got the job done. Good to them. But you heard Yanni say it at the top, like they're an average team that has the easiest schedule in the league. That's what the Patriots are. The Patriots are one of the only teams since DVOA has been tracked, Andy. They are one of two teams who has a negative DVOA with such a good record. An 8-2 record, a negative DVOA. Wow. The other was the 2022 Vikings. They lost in the first round of the playoffs to the New York Football Giants. Their lone playoff win since all those Super Bowl runs. This Patriots team, the chickens will come to roost, Bobby Boucher. It's not this week against the Jets, but that's something to track. Come playoff time, this is a fade team for me.
The schedule is incredible. So they get Jets.
The best schedule.
Long week to play the Bengals. Then the Giants. And yes, they have to play Buffalo after that, but there's a bye week in between there to get ready. And then they get at Baltimore, and then they finish up with at Jets and Miami at home. Miami traveling up
maybe
there
4 losses
in
on their schedule. They might be the number one seed, and they'll lose their first playoff game. Book it.
They might be the number one seed and only like 1.5 point favorites at home or something that.
In the second round of the playoffs, they won't be favored at home. I guarantee you. If they get a bye and they get to be the home team, they won't be favored at home. I don't care who they're playing.
Oh, wild times. All right. Well, we're going to talk with
Jack Westover, 9-1.
Jack West to score a touchdown. All right. There you go. You heard it here first. Thank you so much for joining us again. Hit the like button. Leave us a comment in the comment section. Make sure you're subscribed to the Wager Talk YouTube channel. Hit the bell. You get notified. Almost 250,000 people been signing up to getting all of our free play videos and free live shows. All right, take a little break. Go grab some lunch, go grab some coffee, and then come right back here. The Blitz comes on at 1 o'clock. Brian Power and the boys are going to be talking about college football. It's live, so get your questions in about any of the games. There's some real bettable spots this weekend, so make sure you pick those guys' brains. Thank you so much. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Buckle up. It's Football Friday. Good luck on your bets tonight. Take care.
NFL Week 11, we're going to hit on those primetime games. We got to see if those dogs are coming alive during the Barking Dogs segment to see who can actually win outright this week. Steam report with VR, the Deli, 5-0 last week, 32-17 on the season. And, of course, those best bets up next on Bet On It. Kelly Stewart here, Gianni The Greek, Marco D'Angelo, ready to break down NFL Week 11 for you guys. We're going to get started. Thursday Night Football looks to be, well, another awful Thursday Night Football game, but it can't be much worse than what we saw Thursday night last week with my Denver Broncos, who did get it done for me in Survivor. Now, this week, VR, I'm kicking myself for not having New England available in Survivor because they are an 11.5-point home favorite to the New York Jets, total 43.5.
Indeed. And now high's 13.5 right now, Kel. So that line's jumping up higher on New England. The look ahead was like what, 11 or 10.5 even. That got hit. And no surprise. Listen, I didn't get to the window with New England. Just want to make that disclaimer. I do think it's the right side. Listen, New England's done a phenomenal job of not just winning football games, but completely outperforming the betting market. That's the bottom line. It's a very efficient market, and this team just continues to outperform. And it's hard to get in front of that. Like you expect it to correct itself. But I don't think this is the game because you're getting a Jets team that's also coming in back-to-back winners, back-to-back covers. They've covered 3 of their last 4. And I think that's why they brought a little short price out on New England. Thursday night, unsexy game, a low total as well. They haven't played each other yet this year. New England's owned the series, won 8 of the last 10, covered 8 of the last 10, 7 of the last 10. Again, I don't think that changes. Bottom line, Jets are worst team in football, second or third as far as my power ratings go. They've had an easy strength of schedule. In fact, they've had the 26th toughest schedule. So only a handful of teams had an easier schedule. And yet they don't even have a top 25 offense or a top 25 defense. They're in the bottom 5 in both of those. It's as bad of a team as you're going to get right now. And they're going up against a killer in New England that's just doing everything right. Like usually I would think I'm looking to fade this team because you would think they'd be overvalued. But obviously from the move on this opener, that just isn't the case. And they've had an easy strength of schedule. And I think that's why Wise Guys kind of avoided them during this run. And the market hasn't caught up because they've had the easiest out of every team. They've had the easiest strength of schedule. And yet when you look at them offensive and defensively, they're barely top 15 in both categories. So they're getting W's, but they're not lighting up the box score. They're outperforming the betting market, covering ATS, but they're not, again, getting it done on the stat sheet, except for a quarterback that's, top 6 now, top 7 in passing success rate, which really matters going against a Jets quarterback, which, is at the bottom of the pack. So for me, it's New England, lay the points. Market kind of got away from us. I don't think I'll get to the window with it, but it's New England or pass for me.
Much as I complained about the Thursday night football game, I think the Monday night football game might have been worse. But Philadelphia came out of Lambeau with a win and a cover, even as a very public underdog. They've now won and covered 3 straight. And since week 6 of last season, Eagles 13-1 straight up, 8-6 against the spread at Lincoln Financial Field. So I'm breaking down this game. I'm trying to look at it and make some sense of it, right? We know Dan Campbell, underdog, 11-2. He also took over play calling last week. And while that might appear that was a win, it was against the Commanders. So let's take that with a grain of salt. Both teams have major concerns on the offensive line. So look at the injury reports as of Wednesday morning. Tons of offensive linemen, not only on the Lions, but also on the Eagles, are banged up. I'm just going to take the easy way out here. Our producer Dan said, Kelly, I can't wait for your breakdown on this game. I'm like, breakdown? I'm going to tease the Lions. What do you mean? How can I not? Yes, the total is a little high for your traditional Wong teaser, but I think I'm just going to take the wussy way out. The Eagles performing better than I expected this season. Lions have had couple of question marks, right? But we know that's a team that bounces back well, and we saw them bounce back well last week against the Commanders off a loss. Dan Campbell's a dog. I want to take him here just on the money line, but why not? I can sit back, relax, get him up over the touchdown there in Philadelphia. Marco D'Angelo, you get Monday Night Football, and I don't know whose idea this one was, but the Dallas Cowboys are a 3.5-point road favorite there in Las Vegas. Total 50.5.
Yeah, Kelly, and I always talk about bad teams, and I say that, when a season, has been bad, there's two types of games that they're going to show up for. A division game when they can play spoiler, or a national standalone TV game. Well, for the Raiders last week, they were in both of those situations on the road at Denver on Thursday Night Football, and they almost pulled the upset off. It was as ugly as you could see of a game, obviously, with that 10-7 final score. But, I don't see them getting up again after playing that game last week at Denver. And yeah, they're coming back home. It is the Cowboys. They've got that name, but there's so many problems with this Raider team. I just can't look at them. And for whatever reason, Pete Carroll will not take Geno Smith out of the game. He was literally a statue just standing back there in the pocket at the end of that game. He was so banged up. He couldn't move around. He was taking sacks. I can't back this team. Now, we look at a Cowboys team. They're coming off the bye week, so they've had extra time to prepare. But there's also, the situation that occurred during the bye week. This will be the first time the team takes the field since, the tragedy with player Marshawn Keelan being, passing away. The team, you never know how a team is going to respond to a situation like that. But we've seen more often than not in the past that these teams kind of use this game. They bring their best effort, whether it is because they're 3.5, 4 hours of distraction, whether it's honoring, the person that passed away, whatever, we see decent efforts. And I think you're going to see that from the Cowboys on the national stage on Monday. Yes, the Cowboys defense is horrible. I know that. But if you watch the Raiders offense, do you really think the Raiders are going to exploit that weakness? Not with Geno Smith banged up, not with only one playmaker on offense, and that being Brock Bowers, which gets the double team constantly. I'm going to go ahead and take the offensive weapons of Dallas and have them score enough points to outdo the Raiders. This is a play more against the Raiders than it is a play with the Cowboys, but I got the Cowboys winning on Monday Night Football, 28-17. Let's go ahead and lay the points with the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's the only way I can look in that one as well, Marco. VR, anything you guys are seeing on the Steam side of things for NFL Week 11?
Indeed. Let's dive right into some of those sides that did get follow through. 3 stuck out that are getting a lot of public money as well. Start off with Kansas City, 473. The look ahead was 2.5. That got hit. And then the 3 opener got hit as well, which is why you're looking at number above that key, 465. Chargers, they were actually a dog on the look ahead. That got hit while it was before the games had even started. So they were at a 1-point favorite, brought them out at 1.5. That got hit. 2.5 got hit. That's why you're looking at key number for the Chargers. Dog that got followed through as well. Fowler, 57, Cincinnati, plus 6.5 look ahead. And then the 6 opener got hit. Also, now 2 that look, at least on paper, like they got steamed, but only the look ahead. I have not seen any follow through. And they're 2 popular sides. First, Miami, 452. The look ahead, 2.5 is what got hit. That's why you're looking at a key number right now. And then also 455, Tampa Bay, the 6 look ahead got hit, but no follow through on either of those games. So make sure you pay attention to that on your odds logic screen. Click that number, look at what it was on the Sunday that the games are going on. Look at that following week and see then on Monday, is there follow through on some of these? That'll tell you some of the stronger sides for you.
All right, we're going to get right into those barking dogs, a segment that's done very well for this crew. Hopefully continuing that run. I'm going to let Marco D'Angelo go first here, mainly because he took my barking dog. Let's just say it.
I know he's always first to the window. Marco.
What can I say, Kelly? You snooze, you lose.
Yep,
right?
Yep. Black Friday ain't got shit on Marco. He got right to the window.
Barking dog, we're looking at Denver plus the 4 against Kansas City. This is going to be the public perception play of the week. I want to tell you something about how high everybody is on Kansas City. Okay. And I talked to 2 different bookmakers in the past week. And, jokingly said, going into last week, the favorite to win the Super Bowl was the Kansas City Chiefs. Still at the books. Okay. We talk about Westgate. We talk about, stations. I talked to both of those sports operators. And if this season would have ended last Sunday, do you know the team that's the favorite to win the Super Bowl wouldn't even be in the playoffs? Kansas City. They've got them a 4-point favorite on the road because basically this is their season. If they don't win this game, they have basically 0 shot of winning the division because Denver will be up 3.5 games on them. I just don't see this number being this high. I realize Kansas City is playing better football now than they were at the beginning of the season. I get that. I also get Denver looked horrible on Thursday Night Football. But we talked about that game last week. Denver was playing their 3rd game in 11 days. They were playing the Raiders. If you remember, I gave out the under on the show last week because I said Denver's going to just want to get in and get out. I ended up giving my clients the Raiders in that game. I didn't want any part of Denver last week. It was all about this week. And that's what I'm looking at. You've got a 5-4 Kansas City team as a 4-point road favorite to 8-2 Denver. Now, has Denver overexceeded? Have they won a couple games that they shouldn't have won? Yeah, I'll admit that. But they're still 8-2, and they're at home, and they're an underdog in a division game. Not doing it. And Kansas City has not been able to run the football. They're not going to be able to run the football against Denver as well. They're going to have to win this game through the air. Yeah, Bo Nix is taking a step back from last year. I get that. But I'm going to trust the defense. I'm not going to say that they're necessarily the better defense because Kansas City's pretty good, but they ain't bad. I'm going to take Denver plus the 4 at home, 23-20 Denver.
All right, VR's got the biggest dog this week and maybe one of the uglier dogs on the board. Go ahead and tell us why you like the Cleveland Browns. You just have to know that you're going to have to face the comment section for it later.
Bring it. I was off last week. I went 1-2 in the NFL. Tell you when I win, tell you when I lose. Here's where I stand. I'm 17-9-1 in the NFL. 18-11-1 now after the 1-2 last week. That's 60%. I'll take it in the NFL. Close to 80% in college football. Combine those two, 44-18-1, 70% bet on it. Saturday's college football, Sunday's NFL combined. Smash that like button, hit those comments up. I love reading them. Now, we're going to go straight to the Cleveland Browns. And here's a spot where we're not necessarily betting the Cleveland Browns. We are fading the Baltimore Ravens, who it's about time the market does what it's supposed to do, and that's correct itself against this red-hot Ravens team that's outperforming the betting market. First, let's look at the series. These two teams have been splitting the season series going back now 4 or 5 years. That's just what they do. Don't matter who's favored, who's dog. They just split that season series. So trend-wise, that looks good for Cleveland. More importantly, when the one team gets blown out or as a dog wins outright, They end up losing the split. If you look back over the season series, the last 10 games. And what's happening here? Baltimore blew them out back in September, 41-17. Trend series-wise, nod to Cleveland. Then I look at Cleveland's quarterback. Big downgrade in the betting market, but I don't think it's warranted with this Daniel Gabriel because played a really good game last week. I thought so. If you look at that box score, he's got a 64.1 rating QBR. If you look at the season, nothing to brag about. But when I look at Lamar, looking at his season, his last 10 games, going back obviously with last season because of the injury, it's 82.1. Again, he's above NFL average in passing success rate, but not in the top 10, or he's barely just cracked the top 10, maybe after last week. So again, Lamar is who he is, but I believe that they're getting just a little bit too much of an upgrade, and Cleveland's getting a little bit too much of a downgrade. Now, Baltimore also, like I said, coming in off 3 straight wins, 3 straight covers. They were favored in all those games, so they did what they're supposed to do, win the game. They also did against the spread, which is why I think this line came out higher than it should. A little recency bias. Because the other end of that spectrum is the perfect storm. You have Cleveland coming off a game where they lost as favorites. Now, remember, back-to-back road games. In fact, Cleveland's played 3 of the last 4 weeks on the road. 3 of their last 4 games on the road. Now, finally return home where they've played really well. They're 2-2 at home. They haven't been blown out by margin. In fact, they lost to Cincinnati by only 1 point. They lost to Minnesota by only 4 points. So they have a good, strong home field advantage. They're 0-5 on the road. Remember, that's what we're looking at. We take a cumulative of their last 10 years, point differential to see what the actual home field advantage is. But then you want to look at how about this season? Are they playing better at home than on the road? And this split is as huge as you get. 0-5 on the road, 2-2 at home. In fact, their only games they've won this year are at home. So catching all these points, I'll take this team that's had the 6th toughest schedule, top 15 defense in efficiency. And let's not forget, Baltimore also barely top 15. These defenses in efficiency-wise are right next to each other, 15 and 16. Enough to keep Cleveland in the game. I get it. Baltimore offense way ahead. That's fine. That's why we're catching a touchdown. Give me Cleveland plus the points. Sprinkle that money line. Divisional game. Stranger things have happened. Just look at the series.
I was going to use Baltimore for Survivor, and now...
They're a 500 team on the road. Be careful. I know, but that was without Lamar. I understand.
Oh, that does make me a little uneasy. I have not locked in my Survivor pick yet. Obviously, it's only Wednesday, but now I may have to converse with my teammate. All right, my barking dog could not have been my best bet. My best bet was going to be my barking dog, but I didn't like this game as much as I liked the best bet, so here we go. We're going to take the Carolina Panthers here, and I understand that the talking heads and the rage is all going to be, oh, look at that 30-0 revenge angle from earlier in the season. Yeah, that's right. When the Panthers destroyed Falcon Survivor bettors and everybody got all upset. And I thought, that's a ridiculous take. Yes, Carolina off a loss last week by the Saints makes them a little undesirable. But here's something I found in the GoldSheet. And I thought, man, what an interesting point. Okay. Falcons just lost in Berlin. So they elected not to use this bye week after the international game. The other teams that didn't do that, the Browns, the Jets, and the Broncos. So what happened in those games? In the Browns' next game, after playing in London, they scored 9 points, and the game stayed under the total by a touchdown. The Jets, after playing in London, scored 6 points, and the game stayed under by 21 points. In the Broncos game, after playing the Jets in London, Denver was held scoreless for the first 3 quarters, and then you guys remember what happened in the final minutes versus the Giants. So the GoldSheet's saying we've got a sample size of 11 quarters from teams that elected not to take their bye week after playing across the pond. We've got an unrested Atlanta
Great college football game. Gus this week on the Blitz. Here to help me do so, as they always are, Ross, the boss, Benjamin, and Ralph Michaels with his pen. We are here. Guys, a lot of big games, as always. Like I said, Alabama, Oklahoma, Georgia, Texas, USC, Iowa, Notre Dame, Pitt. How about some interesting comments from Pat Narduzzi earlier in the week? Is Pitt punting on this game? I've never heard a coach be that forthright before, I don't think. And then Penn State, Michigan State, a power rankings versus spot argument to be had there. Ross, I'm going to go to you first here as we open with Alabama and Oklahoma. I know nobody really wants to hear me come on in and say, you know what? I power rate this game close to market. At least at the open, I did. But I was on earlier today with Joe Ranieri and Art DeCesar. Art giving us the view from the other side of the counter. And he mentioned that it's been a steady stream of Oklahoma money so far. And you look at the Wagertalk odds screen, yes, I'm even seeing a 5.5 pop here at FanDuel, minus 5.5 for Alabama. If this gets any lower, I kind of want to punch back at the market with Alabama. I know some of these wins, and we had a big discussion about this last week, the margin of victories necessarily haven't been that impressive for Alabama, and yards per game wise, it's not that impressive. But I don't know, man. Oklahoma, even off a bye, I get it's a good spot, but do we buy the Sooners heading to Tuscaloosa?
Yeah, all due respect to Art and the rest of the sportsbook managers we have on Wagertalk TV, they provide very valuable information. But let's not forget, folks, that's at his sportsbook. It doesn't necessarily mean all the sportsbooks are getting hit with Oklahoma action. And just keep that in mind. And again, it's no disrespect to any one of those gentlemen, So I sort of like Oklahoma here. I mean, Alabama, this is not going to be part of my card. This is a tough call. But given that I have to form an opinion and a lean, I would lean toward Oklahoma just because of the fact Alabama, by the way, I had them as a 5% best bet last week at minus 10, and they win by 11. I had it all the way, guys, all the way, But a tough game against LSU, and now they come back against Oklahoma this week, a hungry Oklahoma team. Alabama, to me, can almost afford one more loss in as long as they win out the rest of the way, and I think that they will. Even having said that, Oklahoma, to me, is in one of those, if they lose this game, they're pretty much, in my opinion, going to be out of contention for a college football playoff spot. So just based on that alone, this game has all the makings of one that will go down to the wire. And I like the Oklahoma Sooners here. You can get a 6 with them still. There's a couple 5.5s out there, but Oklahoma plus the 6 against Alabama.
All right. That's one opinion there. Ralph, we see some people in the chat. I see RJ, who always joins with us, joins us live here. Of course, we go live every 1 p.m. Eastern Thursday, although next week, I believe it is, will be a little different. We're going to be going Wednesday, the week of Thanksgiving. RJ, though, has hopped in the chat. He likes Oklahoma's team total over 19.5, says he hasn't bet it quite yet, though. What do you think about this game, Ralph, as the Sooners?
Well,
I think the spot does scream Oklahoma, to Ross's point. Desperation, rested, but I still think Bama's the better team, personally.
I'm going to disagree. I think the spot favors Alabama. Yes, Oklahoma's off a bye, but let's remember, Alabama had a bye the week before LSU, and then they weren't challenged last week. It was a walkover game where they, led double digits the whole way. Now this team has 2 losses. They have to go on the road. And remember, they play Texas in a neutral. Then their only other 2 road games. This is only their 3rd true road game. They went to South Carolina. They only put up 319 yards. They went to Tennessee. They won the game, but they got outgained by 105 yards and only put up 351 yards. The reason I will fade Oklahoma is simply look at their last 2 games. Prior to playing Mississippi, the worst game statistically they had was Texas, and they allowed 302 yards. Every other team was held to 290 or less. The last 2 weeks, they allowed 431 yards to Mississippi, 456 yards to Tennessee. Those quarterbacks threw for 315 and 393 yards. And we have this guy over in, for the Crimson Tide, some guy named Ty Simpson or something. That's a 21-1 touchdown to interception ratio. I leaned Alabama here. I'm not going to make it to my card. In fact, it didn't even make my top 15 for the week. But again, it is a clear opinion for me for on the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, Oklahoma might still be without one of their best defenders here. It's also interesting, and I feel the three of us had this discussion a couple weeks ago, that Oklahoma had those great defensive numbers early in the season, still going to that Ole Miss game. But it was largely a byproduct of who they had played. This is going to be a very tough test for that Oklahoma defense, I think, on the road.
Let me argue a little bit with you, Brian. The Alabama defense is number 12 in the country, holding the opponents to under what they average in other games. In the last 3 games, they held Tennessee to a season low, 410 yards, and they held LSU to a season low, 232 yards. I think the defense is still shining. It just happens that they're playing very good offenses of late. So while the yardage goes up, if you look compared to what they average, they're still stellar performances.
Yeah, I apologize if I misspoke. I meant the Oklahoma defense might be overrated from early in the season. I think the Bama defense, is good. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, Ralph, how many yards did they allow versus Tennessee?
410.
Yeah, well, they really held them. I know that that's well below their season average, but they really held them down in that game.
Ross, if you hold them under their season average, I mean.
I get it. But the difference between Tennessee and Oklahoma, Tennessee's got a better offense, but it's night and day comparing both defenses. So, good point, Ralph. I got to give you a hard time. You know that. So, but those season averages and what teams do against other teams and holding them below season average are definitely very valuable points to make when you're handicapping the game.
Yeah, that is R. Mason Thomas that could be out. I know Venables said he expects to get some guys back in this game after the bye week. R. Mason Thomas is still very, very questionable. Our defensive, but he got hurt returning a fumble for a touchdown in that win over Tennessee 2 weeks ago. And Ralph, great point you made about Ty Simpson. The touchdown interception ratio is obviously phenomenal, 21-1. Guys completing 67% of his passes.
He looked off to me last week, though, guys, didn't he? I mean, just my opinion. I watched the game to its entirety because I had stake in it, but that was one of the worst games he's played in recent memory this past year. He just looked like he was inaccurate and he was missing. He was just behind on some throws, inaccurate on other ones. I didn't like the way he looked last week. Now, LSU's defense is pretty good, but so is Oklahoma. But just you guys' thoughts on what you witnessed, if you witnessed anything at all.
I did not watch that game. So all I did was reading, and the stories I read, no one pointed that out to me. So, but you make a good point. You look now, he was 22 of 36, 14 incompletions isn't horrible, but that was after at South Carolina, he was 24 of 43. He had 20 incompletions. So it's not the gaudy numbers that he put up early. So that is a good point, Ross.
Yeah, and Ross, obviously, you joked about it at the outset, how you had it the whole way. It felt a little. That's one of those ones that after you're done, I've been in your position. You're watching the game for 3.5 hours. It feels like your body's been through it's just an emotional war. LSU missed a field goal in that game, and Bama needed that for obviously they were fine to win, but they needed that for the cover. So it was not a dominant Bama performance.
You just never felt that LSU was going to win that game because their offense is terrible.
Yes.
They can't get out of their own way. Nussmeier gets benched. They bring in a sophomore quarterback who I thought did a better job than Nussmeier did. But Ralph said that Alabama led comfortably by double digits most of the way, but they really weren't covering comfortably for most of the way. It was right around the number where it could have went either way as far as the spread went.
It's funny, Ross, the games that you watch that you're just, you're just looking at scores and you think double digit lead. The games that you bet, screw the lead. You're paying attention to what the spread is. So a different mindset if you don't have skin in the game, like you said.
Right. And you didn't have skin in the game. You didn't watch the game. And there's several occasions where I do the same, Ralph, where if I don't have skin in the game, I might be watching a lower profile matchup that I need more than two high profile teams going against each other.
Yeah, look, anyone who's watched the game with me knows this. I never think it's over. I always think the bottom is just minutes away from dropping. I wish they could all be like last night with Central Michigan. They're up 38-13 with 9 minutes left. It takes that kind of advantage, being up 20, having a team on the money line, being up 25 with 9 minutes left. And I'm like, I think this might get home.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you have an under, do you watch the first half? I can't. If I have an under, I cannot watch the first half. I'll look at scores, I'll see what happens, but I just get so emotionally drained that I have to have like a 21-point margin to watch the whole fourth quarter when I have an under.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ralph. Unders are tough to squeeze for. I use a lot of them, but I pretty much do the same thing you do. I'm looking at my phone because sitting there hoping both teams go 3 and out is exasperating, Yeah,
don't even get me started on betting unders in basketball. One last point here, and then we're going to move on to the other big matchup in the SEC. I know a lot of you guys are talking about it, but Oklahoma, for what it's worth, does have the better yards per play margin relative to Alabama. Ralph, I know you referenced that statistic a lot. All right. That's one big SEC game down here on the Blitz. Keep those comments coming, guys, by the way. We will, after we get through our rundown, get to your questions in the chat. That is the benefit of catching us live here on the Wagertalk YouTube channel. But we got to talk Texas and Georgia. Texas, who so many people were writing off after that slow start to the season, they are still viable, Ross, for the college football playoff. They would need... I don't know if they need to win both this game and A&M. They definitely need to win one of them. We know that. If they lose both of them, they're out. So I know you're going to be talking about this in our best bet segment. Of course, that comes at the end of the show. Everybody, Ralph, Ross, and I will all be sharing a best bet. So do you want me to go to – I can go to if you want to save your thoughts for the end of the show, I can go to Ralph here.
No, my best bet's going to be on the total in this game, but – it's going to come down to who could run the ball better and who could stop the run. Both teams very good against the run. Georgia is a real run-heavy team. 57% of their offensive plays are runs. So I think the game comes down to the ability to run the ball. And Texas struggles running the ball. If you look at their offensive rushing numbers, not very good. And so, I mean, if they have to become one-dimensional, they're going to be playing uphill, especially if they fall behind in the game. So, yeah, that's all I got to offer in that regard. But I will have a winning total for you folks, so stay tuned for that at the end of the show.
Stay tuned for that. Plus, Ralph and I have best bets as well. Ralph, what do you think here? Texas and Georgia, obviously a very big matchup here. Texas, like I said, I don't know if they need to have it, but they can't afford to get whacked.
Oh, I think they if they lose one more, I don't think Texas is in the way they're going. You look at their stat profile, guys. When you look at conference only games, okay, Georgia is number 18 plus 89 yards per game. Texas is number 103. They're getting outgained by 60 yards per game in conference action. That is a 150-yard difference versus Georgia. And Georgia's played the tougher schedule. You look at the Texas Longhorns. Ross mentioned struggling against the run. Well, in their last 5 games, Florida, 52 yards, 2.0 yards per carry.
No,
Kentucky,
they struggled.
47.
I'm sorry, Ralph, struggled running the ball, not stopping the run.
I'm sorry. I am reading their rushing numbers. My apologies.
Yeah.
That's just me
no
being
problem.
old and senile. I misspoke, Ross. I heard you right. Here's what I tell my friends. You just gotta know what I mean and not listen to what I say. So Texas's rush offense over their last 5 games. Florida, 52 yards, 2.0. Kentucky, 47 yards, 1.7. Mississippi State, 72 yards, 2.3. Vanderbilt at home, 100 yards, 3.7. They're not going to be able to rush on Georgia. You look at the defense. 3 of the last 5 games, they've given up over 423 yards. And you look at their schedule. Okay. Brian, hold up how many winning teams I'm going to give you here in the SEC. Florida? Okay. No. Oklahoma? Yes. Kentucky? No. Mississippi State? No. And Vanderbilt. And they beat Vanderbilt by 3 hosting Vandy. So Georgia has a chance to make my card. I think they're that good. I think they have the offense and defensive line edges. They haven't gotten much pressure. That is a negative because we've seen their quarterback struggle with pressure, and he wasn't sacked at all against Vandy. So maybe the O-line's playing better. I only watched bits and pieces of that. But a couple other games against Florida and Mississippi State, they were sacked 5 and 6 times respectively. Georgia, for me, has a chance to actually make my card.
Yeah, remember, guys, Georgia has lost only once in its last, 33, 34 home games, and that was earlier this year to Alabama, and that took falling into a really bad hole in the first half. Remember, they shut Alabama out in the second half of that game. Of course, slow starts have been an issue for the Dogs this season, although not last week. I think Kirby was out to prove a point in that Mississippi State game. I thought that was the most complete effort we've seen from the Dogs all season. So Georgia, Texas, there you go. I see some questions coming in about Iowa and USC. It just so happens that will be the next game on our rundown, guys, as we move from the SEC to the Big Ten. We had a big discussion last week about the Oregon-Iowa matchup. Iowa played their hearts out in that one. It just wasn't up. They lose on a last-second field goal after laying it all on the line. That was it wound up being an ideal spot. The weather favored Iowa. Oregon had a couple receivers ruled out late, and now Iowa loses. Again, they thought they had them for a little bit. They have to turn around. They have to fly out west and take on USC. Although, ironically enough, the weather, you don't think weather is going to be an issue in Southern California. Apparently, there's going to be some rain in the forecast. So Iowa always bringing weather wherever they go. But, Ross, Iowa's got to be careful here because they can't compete in a shootout with this USC offense.
Yeah. I listened to Ralph on Wager Talk today break down this game, which I thought he did a magnificent job. And he brought up a couple good points. He brought up the fact that, Iowa, you look at the game against Indiana, who has an explosive offense, and they held them to 20 points at home. Again, last week against Oregon, I think they held their own as well. But Ralph also said when they go on the road, it's not very similar to how they perform at home. And I just think, I said this last week, I'll say it again, Iowa's offensive numbers are improved this year, but they're a little bit when it comes to points per game anyway. But I just think that points per game average that they're showing this year is a little bit askew because they've created a lot of points defensively themselves between creating turnovers and giving their offense a short field to work with, returns for touchdowns, whether it be fumble return, interception return, or punt return. Their special teams continue to shine. But here's the thing, Ralph also said that USC is very underrated defensively. We think of them as a very good offensive team, which they are. Now, they're not a great defense, but they're not horrible by the same stretch. And I think going on the road, and the other thing to keep in mind, Iowa lost a heartbreaker last week.
Yes.
On the last play of the game against Oregon. And now they have to go on the road and take on USC. Like you said, Brian, travel across 2 time zones. It's going to be raining, but big difference between rain and 30 degrees like it was last week in Iowa and rain in 75 to 80 degrees like it'll be in Southern California. So I have a lean toward USC in this game, latest 6.5 over Iowa.
All right, Ralph. Ross referenced your excellent breakdown earlier this week on Wager Talk today. He also referenced the USC defense. Yeah, they held Northwestern to just 28 yards rushing and 3 points in the second half last week. So tell me about it. For those of you who may missed your breakdown on Wager Talk today, give it to us here again on the Blitz. USC.
Really, it's home road dichotomies here. You look at Iowa, and hell yeah, the defense impressed me against Indiana. Hell yeah, the defense impressed me against Oregon. But we all know it's so much different having that elite defense with your fans where the players can't hear the play call and you get a few extra penalties jumping off sides. And those are the type of things that you lose. So, both of those great defensive performances against Iowa were at home. Their other road game at Iowa State, they had 214 yards. Against Rutgers, they put up 38 points, but only had 348 yards against a crappy Rutgers defense. And then they played one good road game, and that was against Wisconsin. On the USC side, the offense is legit. I mean, they are my number one ranked offense, and they're also number one averaging more than their opponents allow. And if you look at the performance, the Nebraska game, they only put 21 points up, but they still had a 51-yard edge. Northwestern, they end up having a 202-yard edge. Home against Michigan, a 173-yard edge. So home to road, at home, they are outgaining foes by 262 yards per game. On the road, they're outgaining foes by 24 yards per game, a basically 240-yard per game difference in their home road dichotomy. And then you look at the two road games they lose. At Illinois, they still had 490 yards. And at Notre Dame, they still had 396 yards. I was wrong on Iowa twice. That was at home. I'm going to stick to my guns. USC pulls away quick because Ross basically said it. Will Iowa offense score enough to keep close, or will USC's defense give up enough to keep it close? I favor that the USC defense will outperform the Iowa offense.
Okay, there you go. Yes, certainly, guys, since the Big Ten expanded, it's, consistently these teams struggle when having to cross two times. I was looking at Washington last week, losing to Wisconsin, that downtrodden program. I mean, that says it all here. Yes, there are exceptions to every rule, but it has been a struggle. And Iowa, it's a tough spot getting off the mat after the close loss to Oregon.
And you did bring it up, Brian. I mean, I actually went in to check my mail, and the headlines on the top were LA and San Francisco torrential rains, historic rains. Saturday, it's like flash flood warnings, downpours, thunderstorms. The winds, though, are 15 miles an hour or less. If they get over 15 miles an hour, it will affect USC's offense. So if you are going to play the game, do make sure you stay tuned for the weather and get that late wind report to make sure it didn't shift by a few hours where it can clearly impact the Trojans' pass game.
And the market will react to that, of course. Sometimes, though, Ross, it overreacts. We always see that in the end. Like, I always think of like these, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but I always think of it, whenever there's the threat of snow in an NFL game, you see that total come way down, and then the teams still find a way to fly.
And it's this total is pretty much, if I remember correctly, and I'll look again, but if I remember correctly, it's pretty much held steady at 48, 49 in that area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so,
there's some 48s popping, but yeah, pretty much 48 and a half across the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to bet the under, I think that based on the weather reports that you guys reflected on, now is the time to do so. Because if people probably don't look at, a lot of bettors don't look at weather reports till the day of the game. And if that weather forecast for Saturday is similar to what we're seeing now, I fully expect to see some under money here, know. So, and Ralph makes a great point. I mean, if the wind goes over 15 miles an hour, it favors Iowa too, because Iowa's going to run the ball and they're going to be able, and it takes away a major part of USC's offense, which is their passing game.
I don't know why this just popped in my mind here, but I'm seeing USC versus Iowa. I remember it was a little bit more than 20 years ago now. And I remember Ralph might remember this a little bit, being an Ohio State fan. These teams, USC and Iowa, played in the Orange Bowl. That was the year that idiot, Skip Bayless, kept saying every week that Ohio State needed to pass up the opportunity to play in the championship game so 2-loss USC could be in instead against Miami. That was the year Ohio State beat Miami. I don't know if you remember that.
It was
on the radio.
2002.
Yes.
USC was ranked number 5. Iowa was ranked number 3. USC was a 4.5-point favorite. They won the game.
They killed them
38-17.
Yeah, I remember USC was a good team, but I remember, Skip us that Ohio State should do the quote honorable thing and turn down the opportunity to play for that. Where does this guy come from? All right, that's enough about Iowa and USC, and certainly enough about Skip Bayless. Notre Dame and Pitt. I threw this game on our rundown because I don't know if you guys caught the comments from Pitt head coach Pat Narduzzi earlier in the week. But, okay, I'll go to you then, Ross, first, because it seems like you're ready to talk about. Boy, does it seem like he's willing to punt on this game, huh?
Well, it's not he's willing to punt. It's the Pittsburgh media said it's a must-win game for the Panthers, and that's the furthest thing from the truth because, yeah, they're 7-2, and if they lose this game, a 3-loss team, right? You would think from a rational standpoint, a 3-loss team is, out of the equation for the college football playoffs. But remember, they're 5-1 in the ACC. So if they lose this game, they're still alive to win an ACC title. If they win the ACC title, they go to the college football playoffs. So, and it's not like they need style points here either, or they, a 100-point loss isn't going to make their chances of winning an ACC title or a college football playoff berth possibly. It's not going to make any difference like it would with other teams in situation. Now, Notre Dame, on the other hand, they're 7-2. You could be hard pressed to take an independent team like Notre Dame, as good as they've been playing, highly as ranked as they are. If they lose as a double-digit underdog on the road at Pitt, it's gonna, you could virtually kiss their playoff chances goodbye. So let's let me break it down real quickly. And by the way, Pitt finishes with Georgia Tech and Miami of Florida. It's not going to be a picnic, even if they lose this team to win those last two, right? So their only loss was 34-27 at home against Louisville earlier this season, only loss in the ACC. And then they were upset in the rivalry game at West Virginia. Notre Dame opened 0-2, 7 wins in a row since. Their 2 losses come against Miami, number 15 in the country, and Texas A&M, 9-0 and number 3 in the country. And those 2 losses came by a combined 4 points. During the 7-game win streak, they've outscored opponents by 10 points or more on each occasion, and they were a plus 12 turnover differential, 389 yards or more of total offense in their last 8. During their last 6, defensively, Notre Dame was allowing just 12 points a game and a little over 300 yards per contest. And I really like the emergence of freshman quarterback C.J. Carr. He's been a catalyst to this winning streak and success that Notre Dame has enjoyed. Look, the guy's completing 67% of his passes and 19 touchdowns against 4 interceptions. A dynamic run game with Jeremiah Love and Darian Price. So I like Notre Dame here. I think I like them an awful lot too, Brian.
Yeah, I've seen some people that echo those same sentiments. And if you're not clear on what we're talking about, these comments, and then I'll throw it to Ralph here. Here were the exact comments from Pitt head coach Pat Narduzzi. Ross is correct. He was asked directly about whether or not this was a must-win game for his Pitt team. And Narduzzi responded, quote, absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. Not an ACC game. Make that very clear. I would gladly be beat 103 or 110-10 in that game. They can put up 100 on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. Now, he did then later come and say, hey, you can play this game at 7 a.m. over at the field house or in the parking lot. Doesn't matter what time. Doesn't matter who we're playing against. Our guys are coming to play, period. He might have realized what he had said and then was trying to sum it up the curve. So what do you think here, Ralph, I guess it's not that important to Pitt. It's very important to Notre Dame. They obviously need to win, even though the two are good teams. Can Pitt hang? I mean, has there been an overreaction to these comments? Because they're going to talk about this a lot on the college game days of the world, and I think a lot of people are expecting Pitt to get taken to the woodshed here by a surging Fighting Irish team.
I think he's just trying to temper a young team. Remember, game day is going to be at Pittsburgh. So remember we joked about, I said it doesn't mean shit to Ohio State and Georgia a couple weeks ago. When you have a unique setting like Pittsburgh, when game day's there, it's a thrill for the fans and the players. It's enough that I think Pittsburgh can get a bump. While I don't like Pittsburgh full game, I may actually play them a little bit for the first quarter or first half. And let's go back and remember this. They win their first two games. There's a lot of hype for Pittsburgh this year. Eli Holstein was there. And then what happens? Holstein gets hurt in the Boston College game, and they bring in a true freshman, Mason Heinzel, and everyone thought their season's over. All they've done the last 4 weeks is top 450 yards 3 times. They're averaging 423 yards per game. They're outgaining foes by 83 yards per game. They're running the ball for 135 yards per carry. And their defense on the season holding teams to 81 yards per game and 2.6 yards per carry. No one talks about this Pitt D, but I have it as a top 35 defense. The way they're playing. They have fluttered a little bit late. They did give up 445 to NC State at home, but I'm going to say this. I would not bet Pittsburgh full game. But I do like their offense. I've watched them a few times, and I think they'll get an early bump here. So for me, I might be looking at Pittsburgh first quarter or first half. You look at the last couple weeks. First half against Stanford, 21-13 they led. First half against NC State, they led 31-21. First half against Syracuse, they led 17-7. First half against Boston College, they led 31-0. And in that loss against Louisville, they led Louisville 27-17 at the half before getting outscored in the second half. I'm just talking myself into Pittsburgh first half.
All right, there you go. Sometimes you just need to say it. Yes, Ross, I see you throwing the hand up.
Again, going back to Narduzzi's comments, if you take that literally, you're foolish. All the point he was trying to make was it doesn't matter if we get blown out here. You're making this game look way larger than it should be for us because whether we lose by 1 or 100, our chances are still the same of winning the ACC and getting to the college football playoffs. Certainly, he's not saying that Pittsburgh's not coming ready to play.
Yeah,
absolutely. But who used to say that all the time, and he was actually legit. He didn't give a shit about his non-conference games. Was it Dickey at North Texas when they ran the Sun Belt, they got to a bowl every time and there was only like one bowl. He would just say his non-conference schedule. They had to schedule a lot of Power 5 teams to make money because they didn't have the oil money and all that. And there's a lot of Sun Belt teams that have to schedule a lot of Power 5 teams and just don't give a shit, especially if that game is the week before a Sun Belt game. So for lesser conferences, coaches have said that, and they do mean it, because they're going to lose anyway. They're a 40-point dog. Their priority is to stay healthy for the opening Sun Belt game. So,
and they get a big paycheck.
While I agree you would never believe it in this kind of role, there are times when you are undermanned in a much smaller conference early in the season with a conference game on deck where they have said it and it does occur.
Yeah, we're talking about national title aspirations here. For both teams, right?
Where you're hosting ESPN Game Day. Let me see. You're going to be prepared for that game.
Yes. Checking in with our chat here. Financially free and focused. I think that's what we're all striving to be in this life. He likes the over 55. I talked to a sharp bet earlier in the week. He actually agrees with that. So that might be a look as well.
I think too to Ralph's point about Pittsburgh's run defense. They're going to be facing a very balanced Notre Dame offensive attack. They could beat you both with the two running backs that I mentioned that, by the way, have rushed for over 1,500 yards and scored 26 touchdowns combined. And the emergence of C.J. Carr, it presents a whole different challenge in my estimation.
I think Notre Dame's top 5 team in the country right now. Those 2 losses were both close. They botched an extra point against A&M. They were earlier in the year. I think A&M can play with anybody right now, or pardon me, Notre Dame can play with anybody right now. All right, last game on the rundown, and then we're going to talk a little bit what we've got going on this weekend, and then we're going to get to your guys' questions in the chat and some best bets after that. Last game I wanted to put on the rundown, it doesn't involve any top 25 teams, but I thought it was a very interesting game because it's Penn State and Michigan State. There's a lot. This is just a fun one to handicap, okay? My numbers say Penn State should be favored by more than this. But, of course, this has been a disastrous season for Penn State, all right? And they are coming off a game where they laid it all on the line against Indiana. They lose at the end on maybe one of the greatest catches any of us have ever seen. And now they're laying points on the road against Sparty, who is rested. Now, things have not been going swimmingly in East Lansing, and they just had about 14 wins revoked by the NCAA as well. I don't know if that's going to do anything. That was obviously a prior coaching staff. I don't know if that means anything to Jonathan Smith, but this to me, Ross, it's spot versus power ratings. My power ratings say that, hey, at 7, there's value on Penn State, but the spot screams Sparty. So help me out here.
Yeah, this is a game that I'm not going to even come close to touching, so I can't help you out, unfortunately. But you're talking about a Penn State team on a long losing streak as a 7-point favorite on the road against another team on a long losing streak, and yet the suspensions are from when Mel Tucker was in charge over at Michigan State. So look. The only thing I say, coming off a tough loss, not only are they coming off a tough loss, they played Ohio State the week before. So they played 2 excellent teams that are 1-2 in the country the last 2 weeks. And they held their own against Indiana. I mean, again, and they showed a lot of moxie to me because they fell behind 20-10 in that game and they roared back. So I have a small lean here toward Penn State. Only because they've shown, despite playing with a lame duck coaching staff right now, and facing 2 tremendous opponents the last 2 weeks. And the week before, they played at Iowa and only lost 25-24. So this is a team that's still competing and still trying hard. I think Michigan State is horrible. I think you brought that up, Brian, before, and I agreed with you then, and I agree with you now.
Yeah, Ralph, Jonathan Smith, I don't know how much it was expected. I don't think people thought this was going to be a quick turnaround in East Lansing, but it's not going well there. This is a horrible football team, to paraphrase Ross Benjamin there. They're not good. I don't know. What do you do here? I just think this is a fascinating game to handicap.
Yeah, if you were the devil and you hated some kid, you would probably do the Penn State schedule. So remember, Aller gets hurt, right? Yes. So Grunkmeyer comes in. Grunkmeyer's first 3 games ever as a starter at Iowa, at Ohio State, and versus Indiana, 3 top 10 defenses. He's probably thinking, holy shit, this is amazing. I don't have to face a top 10 defense. So we have no idea how good he is. He might come out and throw 35 or 40 after having those 3 defenses in your first 3 starts. So that's the unknown for me, just not knowing that. And remember, the Michigan State side, Charles is banged up too. We're not sure who's going to quarterback there. I lean under because, again, you've got a quarterback. He's only played 2 road games against top 10 teams, then Indiana, and now he's playing another team on the road against a Michigan State team. You're going to either have a banged-up quarterback or a backup quarterback. Both are going to run the ball more than they lose. No interest in the spot with 2 quarterbacks banged up, but I will lean the under because of that.
All right, a couple things here. Number one, I see Ethan Bainbridge in our chat. Ethan, he was kind enough to meet Adam Trigger and I out. I know he follows Michigan State very closely. He met Adam Trigger and I out at the Bowling Green Lemoyne basketball game, because where else would Adam Trigger and I be on an NFL Sunday than watching Lemoyne versus Bowling Green in college basketball? So nice to see you there, Ethan. Also, remember with Michigan State, okay, this is a team that's covered 3 in a row, but 2 of those were real Jim Morrison backdoor man specials, as they, real
Jim Morrison reference.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I don't get that one, Brian. What's a Jim Morrison?
Jim Morrison's was
that's
the
a Doors song, backdoor
Doors.
man. I'm a backdoor man.
He
wasn't talking about covering the spread, though. I'll tell you that much. Okay. He wasn't talking about covering the spread, was he, Ross?
No, he was not.
All right, he was talking about covering something else.
There.
Yeah,
the other thing is, Brian, too, and I'm surprised Ralph didn't bring this up. You look at both teams are 0-6 in conference play, but Penn State, in those 6 losses, their margin of losses are only by a little over 6 points a game, where Michigan State getting outscored by 15 a game. So, again, it goes back to the competitive nature of how Penn State's playing compared to Michigan State, even though they lost by 3 last week, like you alluded to.
Well, just to give you another misleading stat to throw in the mix there, Ross, while Penn State is better scoring versus the Big Ten, in conference action, they're getting outgained by 92 yards per game, and Michigan State's getting outgained by 60 yards. So a 32-yard edge to Michigan State yardage-wise.
Yeah, and guys, just if you go back a few weeks, Michigan State, I thought they were in a great spot when they faced UCLA, when UCLA was off that big upset of Penn State. Michigan State was here at home. That was one of the single worst performances any college football team has turned in this season, when they lost 38-13 to UCLA here at home. So I know the spot screams Sparty, but they're a hard team to back there. All right. That is our rundown. It is complete. We will be getting to your questions in just a moment, but it is time for Ross, myself, and Ralph to tell you what we've got going on this weekend at wagertalk.com. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not bring up the Weekend Warrior Pass. It has become a very popular option for all of you who regularly visit wagertalk.com. You get Ralph is making a big X. I'll let him comment on why in just a little bit. But hey, $49, you get all of the college, your favorite handicapper. Pick one of us. You can pick all 3. You can pick other handicappers as well. But for $49, you get a complete college football card for Saturday, complete NFL card for Sunday, and as an added bonus, no extra charge, we'll throw Monday Night Football in as well. Guys, it's been a great start to the week in college football. It's been a great start to the month. Now 9-2, a red-hot 82% in CFB. That is number 1 right now in college football in November. Maction. Remember, I am a proud Mac graduate, and we have shown why this week, $5 Tuesday, we had Western Michigan beating the alma mater, Ohio University. I don't play favorites. I just bet who I think is going to win. And then last night, as I mentioned earlier, Central Michigan, no doubt about it. I said Buffalo was headed for regression, and they were. They turned the ball over 5 times. We'd love to see it. So 2-0 this week in college football, 9-2 to start November. I got a 4% best bet already up for Friday, and then we're going to have at least 4 plays up for Saturday. So join me, please. WT.buzz/BP. Ralph, since you were making that X frantically when I was talking, I want to know what that was about. I'm going to let you have the floor next.
All right. Well, you are correct. The Weekend Warrior is a great deal at $49. But this week's special,
yes,
a 7-day all access is $99. You're getting 3 free days. That's like a free $69 pass. So let's do some math, guys. You could buy Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 2 football weekends and the entire week of NBA, college basketball, and NHL for $99. It's an absolute no-brainer. My college football, I have a 5% already loaded. So as soon as you buy that Weekend Warrior or the 10-day special, you'll get my 5% for Saturday. College football 5%, 3-0, and 12-2, 86%. College football overall, 18-7, 72%, and 45-22, 67%. Number 1 over the last 5 weeks. Doesn't matter who you get on this panel, guys. I've learned a lot from being on the show with them. They've taught me a lot, and all three of us are battling for the lead there in the college football season.
And then they call him the boss for a reason. Ross, why don't you talk to the people about what you got cooking this weekend?
Well, thank you for that kind comment. I think I could speak for Brian on that, Ralph, but I feel equally as blessed to be sharing the panel with you two gentlemen, as I've learned a lot from both of you as well. College football, number 2 overall this year with a plus 41.87 units, 28-16, 63.6%, number 1 in win percentage, number 1 in return on investment. So in one shape or another, all three of us are number 1 in some capacity when it comes to college football. On top of that, folks, last weekend, I had probably my worst weekend of college football, NFL combined. But that just means I'm going to bounce back because I went 7 weekends in a row, I think, maybe 6 or 7, where I made a profit on the Weekend Warrior package. So I'm going to bounce back this week. On a positive note, I hit both my 5% best bets on Saturday in college football and on Sunday in the NFL. So my college football 5% best bets right now are at 8-2 for the season, folks. That's 80%. And then NFL college football combined since September 11th, 43-29, 60%, up over 36 units. And the NBA off to a great start as well, guys. 9-4 this season. And going back to last year, I'm on a 23-9 NBA run as well. College basketball, the more the season develops and I see more out of these teams, the more I'll up the ante in terms of units per game and volume of plays. So there you have it. You can't $49 Weekend Warrior special. Can't beat that with a stick. Or like Ralph said, that 7-day all access pass being bumped up to 10 days. That's a steal.
Full weekend for 49, 10 days for 99. You choose, guys. Everyone, please one. Not 3 of us this week at wagertalk.com. And if you are interested in college basketball talk, I would be remiss that I talk an hour a day about college basketball with Adam Stricker and Rob Vino live 10 a.m. Eastern full court press. And we dive deep into our talking that kind of anywhere else here, I say. Gooseballs, I saw you in the goose. What, is this what my career's come to? I'm Gooseballs is what I'm saying. But he was asking about that Iowa USC game. We did talk about it earlier. We all did not like. We all kind of, I think the consensus was, did not like the spot for Iowa. But Dan, I believe we do have some questions here from the people. Sean Burley, Mizzou. This line makes no sense. He's using your phrase there, Ross. Mizzou seems like a fishy line to me. Is this a Ross? This line makes no sense. Mizzou, obviously down to its third-string quarterback. Some people said he was going to be good. He did not look good against Texas A&M last week. So any thoughts on Missouri hosting Mississippi State?
I tell you, I do that segment every week where this line, whatever the segment I do where it looks fishy or whatever the case may be. But I couldn't find anything in college football this week that fell under that category. I actually had to revert to the NFL for the first time. So, yeah, I mean, if that's the way you feel, then you should take on a contrarian mindset, because if you say the line seems fishy, you don't know why one team is favored or underdog by as much as they are. And in those situations, if you use a contrarian approach, I would say that more times than not, if you're an avid sports bettor and you have some experience, more times than not, you'll be right.
Okay. Ralph, I don't know if you had anything on Missouri, Mississippi State.
Yeah, I am just going to say this. You look at Mississippi State's defense, and they are absolutely horrific. In conference-only games, guys, they're number 127, allowing 471 yards per game. They're allowing 6.32 yards per carry in SEC games. That is number 116. And they're allowing 38 points per game. That's number 121. No way in hell am I going to bet one of the worst defenses in college football in conference action, playing Missouri, one of the best defenses, no matter how many points I'm getting. That's just, you talk about defensive dogs and betting teams on the road that have defense. one thing I've learned is I stay away from horrendous defenses on the road against a good defense.
All right. Give me that. I'll take this Jacksonville State question, Dan, from Jay Buff. All right, Jay, by the way, happy belated Veterans Day, Jay Buff. Always nice to see you here in the chat. He says, I know you will say better games out there, but I really like Jack State this weekend. Any opinions? Look, Jacksonville State, for those of you who don't know, they're playing Kennesaw State. Here's my answer to you, Jay Buff. Last week was the time to play against Kennesaw State for sure. I thought, and I talked about it on the Power 5, I was not ready to live in a world where Kennesaw State was a 10-point road favorite against a Division I team. Now, they got off to a huge early lead against New Mexico State, and I looked pretty foolish. But New Mexico State, they were able to sneak in through the back door, give Kennesaw State a little bit of a taste of its own medicine. Again, Kennesaw did end up with a 427, 316 yard edge and had the 24-0 lead in Las Cruces last week. But that was after a game against UTEP, which the fact that anyone who watched, and I know there's like 6 of you out there who, other than me, that watched Kennesaw State and UTEP a couple Tuesdays ago, but that was one of those fraudulent covers in the history of mankind that Kennesaw State covered. So, Jay Buff, to answer, it would be Jacksonville State or pass for me on this one. Obviously, I have this Kennesaw State team, I think, is pretty fraudulent. Ralph, I see you.
Brian, let me just quantify that. In conference play, they basically have played the same schedule, 124 and 128. Kennesaw State is number 16 at plus 1.123 yards per game. Jacksonville State is number 76, getting outgained. So that says Kennesaw State. But raise your hand if on the bingo card you had the second week in November and these are the 2 undefeated teams in CUSA.
I know it's pretty crazy. The Conference USA is wild, and so is the Sun Belt, which will be my contribution to our best bet segment, which is coming up in just a minute. Do we have anything else here, Dan, for us? Oh, Miami and NC State. I agree with the line move on this game. I think Miami's taking a little bit of money. I know it's Cristobal. I know laying points with Mario Cristobal makes you, we talked about feeling uneasy earlier in the program watching certain games. And I know laying points with Mario Cristobal certainly will give you an uneasy feeling for 3 hours. But look, I know there's a lot of talk about the ACC this week. There has been a lot of talk about the ACC this week. What a mess it is. My opinion is Miami's by far the best team in this conference, but they may not get a chance to play for the conference title because of their 2 losses as a double-digit favorite. They're not losing here to NC State. I think it's Hurricanes or pass for me.
Yeah, I have a small lean toward North Carolina State in this game. I mean, they showed me a lot against Georgia Tech, especially offensively. Yes, Miami is a much better defensive team than Georgia Tech is. However, this is better than 2 touchdowns. So give me North Carolina State as a small lead here, Ralph.
I really have no opinion in this game. Okay. He was just throwing it to me, but I don't have any opinion here, so they'll have to go with your 2 opinions and make their choice.
All right. And one more, and then we'll get to the best bets. There's nothing I like more than a hold your nose special. That's always those are near and dear to my heart. I had a couple of those last week with Stanford and Iowa State. South Carolina plus 19.5. Is Texas A&M? When are they going to have a bad performance, Ross? Yeah. Ever? Because that's who the Gamecocks are playing here.
Yeah, I don't ask bad teams to do good things for me, especially against a red hot team with a lot to play for. Yeah, I mean, it's 19.5, and yes, when's Texas A&M going to have a flat spot, Brian? You're right. Game I'm going to stay away from.
Yeah, the only comment I want to add there is you look at Texas A&M, they have not played anyone. Auburn at home, Mississippi State at home, Florida at home, Arkansas with their number 135 defense, LSU with their number 135 offense, and then Missouri with a freshman quarterback making his first start. They have not been tested except that Notre Dame game. So, if anyone punches them early, it could be a live betting situation because they have not been under that pressure because they've blown everybody out because of their schedule. So coming down, again, they only have South Carolina, then they have Stanford next week before they go to Texas. But I'm not a huge Texas fan this week, but I'll look ahead to play A&M against Texas because that'll be the most complete team they've played in the SEC.
That's going to be very interesting. I'm very interested what the line's going to be for that Texas A&M game. All right, guys, we're up against the hour, so now it is time to do our best bets. Mentioned Veterans Day just came by. I was very happy. We always support the troops around here. I was very happy last Saturday when Army decided to take that knee inside the 10 and not screw the cover up because my best bet on the show last week was Temple +7, and that was very much on the precipice in that last minute. Let's go to the Sun Belt here, and let's talk about Coastal Carolina and Georgia Southern. This Coastal Carolina voodoo needs to end, okay? I don't know where this has come from. I have been shocked. I hesitate to use the term appalled, but I am stunned how well Coastal Carolina has played the last 4 weeks. But I think the voodoo ends this Saturday in Statesboro. Shout out to the Allman Brothers Band. That's where they're from. 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN+. Georgia Southern last Thursday, they were a nice winner for me, +5.5 against another Sunbelt fraud, App State. That result for us was never really in doubt, having taken the points. Georgia Southern gets out to a 19-0 lead at halftime. It was a wire-to-wire cover. Eagles only ended up winning outright by 2 points in that game because they had to settle for 4 field goals. I think it could have and probably should have been a much bigger win at App State. Regardless, this Georgia Southern offense gang has now scored 24 points in 6 of its last, at least 24 points in at least 6 of its last 7 games. Meanwhile, Coastal Carolina, they have come back from the depths, obviously, to win and cover 4 in a row, 3 straight 40-plus point efforts. I'm as shocked as anybody. 3 outright wins as underdogs. I'm not buying it. This is a team, prior to last week, had not been favored over a single FBS opponent all season. Even with this recent surge, guys, they're still the Chanticleers being outgained by an average of 80 yards per game. So eventually the market will catch up. It always does. I will gladly lay a short number here with Georgia Southern against Coastal Carolina as my best bet. Ross Benjamin, you are up next.
I hope you don't have the Statesboro Blues after that pick.
There we go. All right.
Ralph, so you know, that's the Allman Brothers are from Statesboro, Georgia, like Brian just said. And Statesboro Blues was one of their hit songs. So in any event, last week, these guys made a little bit fun of me because I was selecting a lower profile game, which I normally don't do. They do, and they do it very well. But I had Middle Tennessee and FIU over the total of 51.5. 56-30 was the final score. So congratulations to all of you out there who followed my advice on this game. I'm going to look at Texas and Georgia. Like I said, I promised you a winning total in this game, and that's just what I'm going to do. Right now, I'm looking at 49.5 pretty much across the board for a total. This game opened at 47, so the over is getting some money in this game. Look, again, Texas 8-3 to the under in true away games since 2023. And Texas also defensively, they slouched off a little bit over the last 4 weeks. When you look at their entire body of work, they're only allowing 16.4 points per game, 314 yards per contest, 4.7 yards per play. And that includes allowing just 78.2 yards per game on the ground. And like I alluded to at the top when we discussed this game, that's important because they're very good against the run. And Georgia runs the ball over 57% of their offensive plays. They average around 198 yards per game. Now, going back to Ralph's season averages, I think there's no way Georgia's going to be held to 78 yards or less what Texas is allowing, but I think they'll be allowing a lot less than their season average. Let's put it that way. And then Texas, again, I spoke about this earlier as well. Their inability to run the ball is a glaring weakness offensively, and Georgia's defense stops the run. So, again, this may make Texas one-dimensional, and we've seen through the course, even though we've seen Arch Manning play much better of late, we've still seen with Texas when they fall behind in games and they have to be one-dimensional, they struggle a bit. So I like this game to be a low-scoring affair. These teams did meet twice last year, once in the regular season, once in the SEC title game. And those games combined for just 43 points per game and just a combined 604 yards of total offense between both teams. So I'm looking for something similar on Saturday night. This game's nationally televised on ABC. Texas, Georgia, under 49.5 for me, guys.
All right, that's 2 legs, 1 more to go. Ralph, we're in our chat. We're getting requests for one of your charts. People are offering money. I don't know if you have any information on that. If you want, I'm assuming you don't want to give your home address out on live television here, but that's something that financially free and
just just go ahead and drop by BP's house. His address is 317. Drop off the money there, and now he'll just Venmo me.
Yeah, Joe Ranieri's house. He lives where LeBron used to live down in Miami. Take it from me. Anyway, go ahead, Ralph. You're like at the parlay.
You're going to have to be the judge, Brian, if Ross has a more high-profile game or I do, because I am, of course, going to Muncie, Indiana, with Eastern Michigan being an away favorite at Ball State. So, I'll have to get Mr. Mac's approval on this game after what you did to your customers this week, giving them 2 Mac winners. To me, it's just, how have you played recently down the stretch? You look at Ball State's last 4 games. Shutout against Western Michigan, 42-0. Go to Northern Illinois, you lose 21-7. So your offense in those 2 games put up 350 yards total. You did beat Akron, you did beat Kent State, both were at home. Akron and Kent State. We know they're not at the bottom of the MAC, but talent-wise, they're still near the bottom of the MAC. I look at Eastern Michigan in their last 4 games. They outgained Bowling Green by 126 yards. The last 4 weeks, they're only getting outgained by 22 yards compared to Ball State getting outgained by 144 yards. Now, I will say this. This game I used as a wise guy play, and I'm not sure it's going to get to my card just because Eastern Michigan has not won a road game this year. Now, they were a dog against Texas State. They went to Kentucky. They went to Central. They went to Buffalo and lost by 1, and they lost to 14 by Miami. So if it's the final road game and you have yet to win a road game, you do have to put some caution to the wind. But against this competition in Ball State, I trust Chris Creighton with a quarterback who's playing well. Kim has a 15-6 ratio. He's completing 62%, and they have been able to run the ball a little more down the stretch. Eastern Michigan for me.
There you go. All right. Throw it up on the screen. Dan, do you have a graphic? Oh, he does. Of course he does. That's what Dan does. He's always getting it done for us. Ross likes Georgia, Texas under 49.5. And then in some lesser action, although, hey, the money's green no matter what game you cash on, guys. Ralph likes Eastern Michigan minus 2.5 against Ball State in some Saturday action. And then I am going with Georgia Southern minus 2.5 against Coastal Carolina. That is it for the Blitz. Thank you for joining us, guys. Thank you to Ross and Ralph, as always, for helping carry me through the hour. We'll be back next week. Stay tuned. I'll tweet out because I believe do I have this right? Is next week I'm so screwed up today, Ralph. Is next week Thanksgiving or is that in 2 weeks? Somebody
following week.
Okay, so don't listen. Okay, so I'm getting so excited about eating, Dan, that I jumped ahead of myself.
Christmas is on Tuesday, by the way, Brian.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. All right. If we weren't going to get sued, I would tell Dan to play whipping post right now, but I don't want to get